Dzień dobry Państwu. Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you on this particular day, on the 1st of October, the day which is associated in all of Poland with the beginning of the academic year, when students begin or come back to the universities in order to gain knowledge and to search for the truth. My name is Karolina Pawłowska, and I am the Pro-Rector for International Affairs in the Collegium Intermarium, and it is my great privilege today to be the MC in this scientific conference entitled Collegium Intermarium, the space of truth in the times of cancel culture. The goal of our conference is to inaugurate the academic year in our university. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, present here both physically as joining us online. Just a few words of introduction. From the very beginning, we wanted that our university is different than others, except for we didn't want it to be another schematic mainstream school dedicated to mass training. We wanted to create a space of real debate, of integral development of the student based on classic values. That's why we wanted to inaugurate this academic year in our university to be special, to be different than other inaugurations, but to show our students and all the friends of our university what way we want to search for this truth. That's why during today's conference we would like to welcome our students, but also ask question: how can we fight against the so-called cancel culture problem, cancelling, deleting all the people, all the opinions that are against the mainstream, and destroy today's academic debate and the search for the truth. Dear guests, I would like to welcome all of you from Poland and from all over the world who have honored us with their presence. So in the first place, I would like to welcome the Speaker of the Parliament in the second term, Mr. Marszałek Józef Zych. I would also like to thank for the letter by Professor Dr. Gliński, Piotr Gliński, Minister of Culture and Sports, which will be read in a few minutes. I would like to thank for the video by Mr. Balázs Orbán, a minister in Hungary, head of the board of Mathias Corvinus Collegium. We also have with us Mr. Mathias Wojciech. Welcome, Mr. Minister. We'd also like to welcome Mr. Piotr, Secretary of State in the Ministry of Technology and Development. He has not arrived yet, but he's supposed to be here within minutes. I'd also like to ask to welcome Mr. Paweł Jabłoński, Under-Secretary of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who is going to join us online, as well as Minister Professor Arkady Żegocki, the Head of Diplomatic Service in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'd also like to welcome wholeheartedly Mr. Piotr Mazurek, Secretary of State, representative of the government for youth politics. We also have foreign guests, especially representatives of diplomacy, Mr. Andrzej Dorba, Ambassador of Slovakia. I'd also like to invite Mr. Milošević, Ambassador of Croatia. I'd also like to welcome Ms. Margarita Daneva, Ambassador of Bulgaria. We've also been honored by the presence of Mr. Mate Gergely, First Secretary of the Embassy of Hungary. And I would also like to welcome warmly the representatives of the Embassy of Romania, who are also with us during this conference.
Szanowni Państwo, do Warszawy
Ladies and
przybyli
gentlemen,
dzisiaj goście
we've been
z
joined in
całego
Warsaw
świata,
by
z
guests from all
Europy,
over the world,
jak i
from
ze
Europe
Stanów Zjednoczonych.
and from the
I tutaj w
United
pierwszej
States. And in the
kolejności
first place, I would like to
chciałabym
welcome
przywitać księżną Ingrid Detter de Frankopan,
Princess
kierownik
Ingrid
katedry
Detter de
prawa
Frankopan, who is the head of the
Intermarium.
International Law Faculty in Collegium Intermarium.
Chciałabym
I
również
would also like
serdecznie
to
przywitać
welcome
czołowych przedstawicieli świata
the top
nauki,
leaders
think tanków,
of
organizacji społecznych,
the world of
którzy swoją
science,
działalnością
think tanks and
aktywnie
social
walczą z
activities
zjawiskiem
who are
cancel
fighting
culture, starając
actively
się do
against the
tego,
cancel
by debata
culture,
publiczna oparta była na prawdzie,
fighting
dobru
for
i
the
pięknie.
true
W szczególności
public
chciałabym
debate to be based on
przywitać
truth,
panią Marion Maréchal,
beauty,
założycielkę i
especially
dyrektorkę
Miss Marion Maréchal,
Politik, siedzibą w
head
Lyonie
and
oraz
CEO
posłanką
of
Zgromadzenia Narodowego
Institute of
Francji w latach
Institution Sociale.
2012-2017. Pana Sohraba Ahmari,
Mr. Sohrab Ahmari from the United States, editor of the New York Post, author of best-selling books on civilizational problems, also Unbroken Thread, the newest one.
Pana profesora
Mr. Professor Adrian Vermuele
profesora
from the United
prawa
States,
na Harvard
professor
Law School,
of
jednego z
law at Harvard
najważniejszych
Law School,
współczesnych
one of the most
przedstawicieli
important
prawa.
philosophers of law nowadays.
Chciałabym również niezwykle
I'd also
serdecznie
like to
przywitać
welcome
wszystkich
wholeheartedly
studentów,
all the
którzy nam zaufali,
students
rozpoczynają
who have
właśnie
trusted
dzisiaj
us
swoją
and
przygodę
who are
na
beginning
Collegium
their
Intermarium.
adventure
Przygodę,
in
która,
Collegium
mam nadzieję,
Intermarium
stanie się dla
today,
nich
which
niezwykle
I hope will
cennym
be a
doświadczeniem
great
i
experience
pomoże
for them and will help
w
them
dalszym rozwoju
in a
w
future
poszukiwaniu
development and the search
prawdy.
for the truth in their lives.
Bardzo serdecznie witam.
I'd also like to welcome all the journalists, representatives of the media who are present in this conference.
I na koniec pragnę wyrazić także w imieniu Collegium Intermarium, w szczególności także
And in the end, I would like to, on behalf of Collegium Intermarium, I would like to thank all those without whom we would not be able to do it, our sponsors, our benefactors, especially Mr. Tymoteusz Makulewski and Katarzyna Matulewska-Walter, who have funded a stipend for students.
Dziękuję również
I
organizacji
would also like to thank the Coalition of Polish Americans, who has funded another stipend of the Polish minority in the United States.
Serdecznie dziękuję
I'd also like to thank
Mr.
Christian Sprenger, who has founded a stipend
Świętej Marii Urszuli
dedicated to the name of Saint Maria Urszula Leduchowska.
Podziękowania składam również na
And
ręce
also
panu Wiesławowi
to Mr. Wiesław Procki.
Ogromnie dziękuję za stałe wsparcie panu
He has been
Janowi
supporting us
Małkowi, a
all the
także
time,
panu
Mr. Jan Małek
Janowi
and Mr.
Kuboniowi.
Jan Kuboń.
Za wsparcie w organizacji konferencji chciałabym
We'd like to
podziękować
thank
naszym sponsorom,
our sponsors
Fundacji
for
PZU
helping us with
oraz
this
Fundacji
conference, the
Lotto.
PZU Foundation and Lotto.
I na koniec w
And
imieniu Collegium Intermarium
to finish,
chciałabym
on behalf
bardzo
of Collegium
podziękować
Intermarium,
panu
I'd also
Pawłowi
like
Witaszkowi,
to express my
naszemu
gratitude to Mr.
sponsorowi
Paweł Witaszek,
strategicznemu,
our strategic
prezesowi
sponsor, head of PZW Inwestycje, without whom
gdyby się nie udało.
our
Panie Pawle, dziękujemy z całego serca.
initiative would never become true.
Teraz o zabranie głosu
Now I'd like to
chciałabym
ask
poprosić rektora naszej
to take the
uczelni,
floor
doktora
our
Tymoteusza
rector,
Zycha,
Dr. Tymoteusz
który
Zych,
wygłosi przemówienie inaugurujące nasz rok.
who will inaugurate the academic year with his speech.
Szanowni Państwo, znana anegdota mówi o tym, że kiedy jeden z twórców współczesnych ideologii, ojciec większości prądów ideologicznych, jakie dominują we współczesnym świecie, Georg Hegel, wygłaszał wykłady na Uniwersytecie Berlińskim, zarysowując swoją oryginalną filozofię dziejów, jeden z odważnych studentów wstał
One of the
i
brave
zaczął
students
dowodzić,
started to demonstrate that Hegel's views, Hegel's theories, were contradicted by facts.
Bardzo spójnie i bardzo konsekwentnie.
It was very consistent,
Był go jednak krótko.
logical,
Tym gorzej
but
dla
Hegel
faktów.
replied, so much the worse for the facts.
To
This
znamienne
statement
sformułowanie jest zarazem
is at the same
odpowiedzią
time an
na
answer
podstawowe pytanie naszej
to the
cywilizacji.
classic question of our civilization.
Est veritas.
Quid est veritas?
jest
What is
prawda?
truth?
Na to pytanie można odpowiedzieć dwojako.
There are two fundamentally
Z jednej
different
strony
answers to this
mamy
question.
wizję
At
prawdy
first, we
jako
can
zgodności
understand the
z
truth as
rzeczywistością.
conformity to
Wizję
reality.
zakładającą, że człowiek posiada
It is the point
rozum,
of reference.
rozum, który nie
In this
tylko
vision, man is
potrafi
treated as a rational being who, through
umożliwić mu
language and intelligence, is able to
jaki jest
distinguish
świat,
between good and
ale
evil,
także
to understand the
rozum,
world,
który
but
pozwala
also
na
the mind
odróżnienie
which allows
dobra
him
od
to
zła, prawdy
understand which is
fałszu.
true and which is
Ta
false.
klasyczna wizja
This classical view
cywilizacji europejskiej przez blisko 2000-lecia,
was the basis for the European
wizja,
civilization for 2000 years.
którą można postawić w opozycji do drugiej.
And the
Do tej,
second
którą
opposite vision
zaprezentował Hegel,
has been presented by Hegel,
rzucając tym gorzej dla faktów.
saying
tym
so
gorzej
much the
dla
worse for the facts,
rzeczywistości.
so much the
To
worse for the
wizja
reality.
aprioryczna.
This is an a
Wizja, w
priori
której
approach,
najpierw przyjmujemy
a
pewne
prioric vision,
ideologiczne
where we
założenia,
first
a potem dopiero
adopt certain
dobieramy
ideological
fakty.
basis
Te
and
fakty
then
nie mają dla
choose
nas
the facts.
większego
The facts don't
znaczenia.
matter to us.
Są względne i
They are
wtórne
relative,
wobec
they are
tego,
secondary
co my uznamy
towards
za
what we
rzeczywistą
believe is
potrzebę.
the real need.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and
ta
gentlemen,
druga wizja
this second
w
vision
istocie oznacza
is, in
odrzucenie i całkowite zrelatywizowanie.
total relativization
A kiedy
of the
odrzucamy
category of truth.
prawdy,
And when we get
to
rid of it,
właściwie wszystkie
all
sądy, wszystkie twierdzenia,
judgments,
jakie pojawiają
all
się w
claims
opinii
that could be
publicznej,
based
jakie
in the
pojawiają
public
się
opinion,
w przestrzeni debaty,
in the debate,
stają się tylko i wyłącznie
become
opiniami.
only opinions,
Opiniami,
mere
które
opinions
będą co do swojej istoty
which in their
warte dokładnie
essence
tyle samo. Ale
have
o tym,
the same
która
value.
opinia zwycięży,
But which opinion
zdecyduje
prevails
to,
is only decided
kto będzie posiadał silniejsze narzędzia
by
do tego,
the
żeby
stronger
w toczącej się
tools
debacie
applied
zwyciężyć. Kto
by
będzie miał
those who
więcej
who
instrumentów,
differ. Is
pozwalających na
decided
to,
by those who has
żeby
more instruments
narzucić
to use in the
swoją
debate, to force
rację,
their opinion
zwyciężyć w toczącym
to
się
others
sporze.
and to win, supposedly, the debate.
Relatywizacji kategorii prawdy
This relativization of the
towarzyszy
category of
takie
truth
przekonanie, że w ogóle
is today
stosunki
accompanied
pomiędzy
that the
ludźmi
fact that
są
human relations
stosunkami
are
władzy.
the relations based on power.
Każda relacja
Any human
miałaby być
relation
relacją
is
pomiędzy
supposedly
tym, kto rządzi,
a
i tym, kto
relation
jest
between the
rządzony.
one who has the power, who governs,
kto
and the one who is
posiada,
governed. The one who
tym,
has
kto
and the one
nie
who
posiada.
doesn't have.
W tym ujęciu, które
In this view,
zapoczątkował Tomasz Hobbes,
which was initiated by Thomas Hobbes
słynne hasło, słynną maksymę
with his famous maxim, auctoritas non veritas facit legem.
Czyli to władza,
It is power,
a
not
nie
truth,
prawda
that makes law.
decyduje o tym, co jest prawem. To władza, a nie prawda tworzy prawo.
It is the power that creates the law, not the truth.
Alternatywnymi wizjami
We see an alternative vision of
które
reality,
są tylko instrumentami
which are merely
narzucania
instruments of
władzy. Są
forcing,
instrumentami narzucania dominacji
imposing
jednego
domination of one man
drugim.
over another.
Jacques Derrida,
Jacques Derrida,
najważniejszy chyba postmodernistyczny
probably the most important
filozof,
postmodern philosopher,
będzie mówił o dyskursach,
spoke about discourses and narratives,
które służą przede wszystkim temu, żeby
which only
rządzić.
serve
I takie
the
dyskursy
exercise of power.
mogą być z gruntu fałszywe.
They
Mogą
might
opierać
be
się
false
na
in their very
całkowitym
essence. They might be based on
Są
fraud,
skuteczne i służą
but
celowi
they work.
wówczas
And they only serve a goal
efektywne
if they are
narzędzie
efficient,
realizacji
if
władzy.
they are
W ten
effective
sposób
in the pursuit of
tworzone
power.
są dyskursy,
That's how these discourses are created.
kłamliwe
And we see
twierdzenia, chociażby
discourses,
o polskich
for example,
obozach
the Polish
koncentracyjnych
concentration camps
w czasach
during World
II
War
wojny światowej.
II.
Powstaje mitologia.
There is a mythology of the so-called
LGBT
LGBT-free zones
ogromne strefy wolne od
in
LGBT,
Poland,
w których
supposedly where even going to hairdressers is somehow bound to somebody's sexual orientation. Some fairy tales on the ban on sex education in our country. This is false, maybe more sublime perhaps. That Poland is the most discriminatory country against women, a country most discriminatory towards homosexuals, even though the publicly available research by the European Agency for Fundamental Rights show exactly the opposite, that we have more women CEOs in Europe, that homosexuals claim in our country, which is supposedly feel less discriminated against than in the countries like Belgium or the Netherlands. These are nothing more but discourses, and people who create them look only on one aspect of their functioning, the ideological combat in which these frauds, these false information, these fake news are tools for power. Of course, if we step against from the idea of truth, if we don't accept the truth as an idea, at a certain is a sort of a hate towards the truth. Many people nowadays, this classically understood truth is just a pang of conscience. Speaking that there is some objective truth for many people today is already an example of hate speech. The engine behind this exclusion of truth beyond the sphere of public debate is the conviction that truth will sometimes hurt somebody's emotions, that because of the truth some people might feel badly somehow. That's why we are trying to censor the truth, eliminate it from the public debate, in a different means that in the past when we had the censorship office at Mysza Street in Poland. Everybody knew how it worked, and there were some traces left of its work, some empty pages in newspapers or books. Everybody knew who did it and why did it, and what were the tools applied. Who decided why certain truths cannot be published. Nowadays it's different. It works completely in a completely different manner. Today's censorship is much more sublime, much more dangerous and effective forms. These forms are referred to in English as cancel culture. So it's an umbrella term for this culture of annulating, cancelling, deleting certain elements from the system. It is a system where different forms of repressions are applied against those who speak this uncomfortable truth, usually being a minority. Sometimes it's just simply fighting against somebody's prestige, calling for boycotting a certain person for having spoken something in public. In other situations, the content is deleted in the social media, which even Donald Trump, the President of the United States, was a victim of such actions. And the strongest are disciplinary sanctions, relegation, dismissal from work, or even penal actions taken against people who speak some uncomfortable truths. In most cases, this phenomenon concerns or against people who speak about the truth, speaking about important things. These are mostly people for whom the classical world of values, identity and historical heritage of Europe, of Christian ethics are important. Such people, also in Poland, but elsewhere in Europe as well, are in minority. There was a great echo when there was an attempt to cancel Sir Roger Scruton shortly before his death. Roger Scruton, one of the most distinguished conservative philosophers, in an interview not even a year before his death, he said something unacceptable for men. He started to compare different civilizations, not even judging which of these models is better or worse. He simply spoke about historical differences between the Asian and the European civilizations. He also said how public opinion is shaped today, consciously, by NGOs like Open Society Foundation, according to a certain efficient ideological model. And Roger Scruton lost his job and was expelled from Government Commission. There could be many cases published in the report by Ordo Iuris, more than 20 such cases of academic censorship in the last decade in Poland only. For example, the famous cases of Professor Aleksander Nalaskowski and Professor Ewa Budzyńska.
Która przeszła przez dotkliwe dla niej postępowanie dyscyplinarne tylko dlatego, że przywołała treść artykułu 18
she quoted the Article 18 of the Polish Constitution, which will be mentioned today by the Speaker of Parliament, Józef Zych, one of the authors of the constitutions. This is the constitution which is still in power, which is valid. Professor Budzyńska mentioned comparing different family structures, which was a part of her academic mission, which should be considered positive, speaking of the reality. Such fragments cannot be omitted. I can also say that I have also been a victim of this academic censorship. My lecture 2 years ago, which took place in the University of Adam Mickiewicz in Poznań, at the theological faculty, because the same lecture dedicated to the legal position of the family in Polish legal system has been cancelled for unknown reasons. It was actually a great benefit because many more people participated in the end, over 200 participants. So I believe this attempt to limit the freedom of speech has brought contrary effects in this case. But I know it's not always the case, because very often, sometimes there is a chilling effect. Situations in which many people who have never experienced censorship themselves, ostracism and formal consequences, these people withdraw from the public debate because they are afraid of what might happen to them. This cancel culture today is not only directed against conservatives, against anyone who questions any part of the canon. For example, Michael Scherenberg, one of the most well-spoken ecologists, who informed that, in his opinion, ideas about the climate crisis repeated throughout the last 30 years might be ungrounded. Maybe not ungrounded, but they are exaggerated. This climatic apocalypse, in Scherenberg's opinion, is a kind of tool, a PR tool, which is supposed to revoke certain emotions. His article was deleted from the website after 3 days, censored simply. Another celebrity, Harry Potter author, J.K. Rowling, who spoke about objectively existing differences between men and women, she was against the menstruating person concept, and it was enough to consider her an enemy and to censor her and ostracize. This situation, this chilling effect, is a problem for the majority. It seriously narrows the sphere of public debate.
rzeczywistość,
it creates a reality in which new dogmas exist, less honest dogmas than religious dogmas, because a religious dogma is at least presented always as something you have to believe because of your own will. But the new dogmas are presented as something which is presented nowadays. Which has all the vestiges of truth, something concluded, something absolutely certain, something which cannot be debated. The truth is, however, that the reality is complex, and we need to debate about all these elements. Today it's particularly difficult to speak about the basic challenges, like, for example, the future of European integration. Even the fact that in certain aspects, certain areas, it works very well, in others it fails to work. It brings about terrible consequences, and we need to separate one areas from the others. Unfortunately, in the international fora, questioning the dogma of the success of European integration and the ever closer integration creates nervousness and very often exclusion. Speaking about such basic ideas as the migration crisis and our future solutions, or the European demographics, which already affects economy in a great extent, and politics too. Luckily, the problem of cancel culture has been noticed by people who, for many years, for a long time, were not necessarily against censorship. Many of these people are in no way related with any, even the broadest understood conservatism, political right, Christianity, whatsoever. Something which is very telling is the letter published not even a year ago in Harper's Magazine, a letter on defense of freedom of public debate, signed by a group of intellectuals, including Francis Fukuyama, Noam Chomsky, Mark Lilla, Garry Kasparov, Fareed Zakaria, known for coining the term illiberal democracy to describe conservative governments. A well-known American journalist. The authors of this letter wrote something which is obvious, in a way. As Voltaire said, who declared, even if I don't agree with somebody's views, I am willing to die for the right to express them. What he wrote in 1820, Heinrich Heine, where books are burned, where there is censorship, soon people will be burned. The authors warn us against it, being liberals as they are, against the conclusions, effects of the cancel culture. Unfortunately, the reaction towards this letter is also very telling. The vast majority of the media was calling to boycott, to cancel all the signatories of that letter, because they are in favor of supposedly totalitarianism. That we need, saying that we need a sphere of free debate is already totalitarian. That's what they say. Even a leading Marxist philosopher, Slavoj Žižek from Slovenia, has now been called to be cancelled because he also speaks repeatedly about the need of academic freedom. And the cancel culture leads to the death of the university. We need to combat the cancel culture. We need, on the one hand, to revoke what is common, what is shared, not only for conservatives but Christians, but all people of goodwill, all people of common sense. But we need to educate, we need to bring up a new generation of people who will be able to bravely, courageously speak for the truth in public, knowing that they will suffer consequences, knowing that they will one day become a minority, knowing that it might be not pleasant, it might hurt them somehow, it will affect their career and future life, but at the same time knowing that it's worth it. During Socrates' trial, he was accused of violating public order by discussing uncomfortable topics and asking inappropriate questions. He replied famously, he's like a bittern that sits on the city's neck. It is like a great and thoroughbred horse, but it's so big that it grows dull and needs a sting that would wake it up. Without this sting, without this insect that bites us, that bites our state, our civilization, our world, there is no future. Without these annoying insects buzzing around us, we will fall into the abyss of nihilism and totalitarianism. And we believe that the graduates of Collegium Intermarium who begin their journey today are aware of all these consequences. Speaking of Socrates, for example, but any other martyr for the truth. And this is, I hope they have courage to do that. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Teraz chciałabym poprosić
Thank you very much. I would now like to ask to read the letter by the Vice President of the Government of Poland and Minister of Culture, Science and Sport by Mr. Paweł Sakowicz, head of the political cabinet in the ministry. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the ability to speak in today's celebration. I'd like to thank, I'm really moved by the speech of by Mr. Rector, who has greatly outlined the importance of today's topic, but also the importance of the mission of the university in this inauguration of the academic year. I have the privilege and honor to represent Mr. Vice President Piotr as he is today participating in a government meeting on a current crisis. As you understand, hopefully, that how important it is at the moment, how many dangers might threaten our country. So that's why it calls for a swift action. That's why I was asked by Mr. Vice President to read these few words that he wanted to address to you. Your Magnificence, dear Senate, dear Ministers, estimated Mr. Speaker, all guests. 4 months ago, when I had the privilege to inaugurate Collegium Intermarium, I spoke of today's dangers for academic and scientific life. The tool of today's censors is not an official decree or just a brutal force. They use media, fake news and cancel culture, the culture of deletion, exclusion. That's why I am all the more grateful that the inauguration has been joined with the conference on the place of truth in the times of cancel culture. Such deeper reflection is necessary and much needed. New academic year is, however, a moment of great joy. New students join the university. They are celebrating the fact that they will be searching for the truth, striving for excellence, which is not merely striving for career and success, but the goal is to serve the community, the academia, the family, and the fatherland.
Dziś właśnie do nowych studentów chciałbym skierować
I
kilka
would
słów.
like to direct these few words to new students today.
Na Uniwersytecie Wrocławskim,
At the University of
pięknej,
Wrocław,
barokowej
in a beautiful
Aula Leopoldina
baroque
ponad katedrą, z której
Aula
profesorowie
Leopoldina,
wygłaszają
where
najważniejsze
professors
wykłady, zobaczyć można dwa posągi.
make the most important
Alegorie
lectures. You
cnót.
see two statues,
posąg to
allegories of
scientia,
the virtues.
nauka,
One
a
is
drugi
scientia, science,
industria.
and the other is industria,
Przedsiębiorczość,
which is
innowacyjność,
innovation,
Dziś
resourcefulness.
wszyscy doceniają
Today,
przedsiębiorczość
we pay
i
much more
dobrze,
attention
bo to fundament
to
gospodarki
the second one. But
i
it's
rozwoju.
good because it's
Ale
the
druga
foundation of
figura,
economy and development.
nauka jest
But the other one,
równie
the
ważna.
science, is
Są
as important as
rozwijające się dziedziny
the second one.
ludzkiej,
We
poznawczej
can't have the
oraz
one without the other.
aktywności, dlatego
These two areas of
kluczowe jest,
life, of
aby
human activity,
harmonijnie
are important to be
służyły one
harmonized and to serve humanity
Aula
in
Leopoldina
the same
umieścił
way.
również na
The
sali
architect of
pewną
Aula Leopoldina
przestrogę.
has also included one
Posągów
wording.
przedstawiających cnoty
At the
znajdują się
feet of
alegorie
these
dwóch
virtues, we see the
Jedna z nich to
allegories of
głupota,
two vices. One is stupidity,
umieszczona pod przedsiębiorczością,
which
a druga
undermines
swarliwość,
resourcefulness, and the
umieszczona
other
pod
one is
nauką. Jest to przestroga dla nas wszystkich.
quarrelness, which is
Pamiętajmy,
undermines
aby
science.
przedsiębiorczość nie
It
stała
is a
się
warning for all of
głupią
us.
pogonią
We
za
hope that
zyskiem,
resourcefulness
gdzie
is not
zapomina się o
but a
wartościach,
simple
zasadach i
pursuit
drugim
for
człowieku. Pamiętajmy też,
financial gain,
pilnujmy
forgetting about
też tego,
humans.
aby
And let's
uprawianie nauki
remember
nie zamieniło się
that
w swadliwą pogoń za
science
zaszczytami.
is not
Dzisiejszy dzień 1 października jest również symboliczny.
quarrelsome
To właśnie
fight
tego
for
dnia,
prestige.
w 1817
Today's day is
roku
symbolical
założono
because on this day,
Towarzystwo Filomatyczne, którego nazwa pochodzi od
in the
starożytnego
18th
słowa oznaczającego
18th century,
miłośnika
9th
nauki.
century, there was a Philomat
Celem związku było
society
samokształcenie,
by Adam
wzajemna
Mickiewicz and
pomoc
Tomasz Zahn
oraz
to
ćwiczenie się w sztuce
work
literackiej.
on
Członkami założycielami
developing as
organizacji
writers
byli między
to
innymi
develop
Tomasz Zahn
themselves.
i Adam
The
Mickiewicz.
members were, for example, Tomasz Zahn and
Tajna
Adam
konspiracyjna
Mickiewicz. This
organizacja
conspirational
została odkryta
organization has been
w lutym
discovered
1824
in February
roku
1824
w trakcie śledztwa
by the
Nikolaja
Russian
Nowosilcowa
investigation by Nikolai
w sprawie
Novosiltsov,
nielegalnego ruchu studenckiego na uniwersytecie.
as it was an illegal student movement at the University of
W wyniku
Vilnius.
procesu 10 filomatów będących
10 members, academic teachers,
zostało
of,
zesłanych do
were sent
guberni rosyjskich.
to Russia.
Tomasz Zahn,
Tomasz
z uwagi na
Zahn,
to, że wziął
because
na siebie
he,
całą odpowiedzialność za powstanie
took
i
the
kierowanie
entire
tym,
responsibility on himself.
został skazany na roczny
He was
pobyt.
sentenced to spend a year in prison.
Niecałe 60 lat później, również
Not
1
even 6 years ago, also on the 1st October
1875
1875,
w Warszawie
in
otwarto
Warsaw,
szkołę techniczną
the technical
drogi
school of
żelaznej
the
warszawsko-wiedeńskiej.
Warsaw-Vienna Railroad was opened.
Instytucja tam
This
miała na celu
institution was
przygotowywanie
supposed to
kadr
train
niezbędnych do pracy przy najdłuższej
workers
jednorazowo budowanej
with
linii
the
kolejowej
longest
w Europie.
railroad at that time in Europe. The railroad between Vienna and Warsaw was the first railroad in on the Polish lands and the second one in the Russian
Tak
Empire.
jak pokolenie romantyków
As
odważnie
the
rozwijało
previously
naukę w konspiracji,
the generation of
narażając się na
romanticists
carskie represje, już 60
facing
lat później
Tsarist
pokolenie
repressions,
pozytywistów
the next generation of the
budowało
positivists
nowoczesną
built
gospodarkę
new
w królestwie
generation in Poland, in the
Te dwie
Polish
tradycje
lands. These two
stanowią dla
traditions
nas istotne
are an
drogowskazy.
important
Jestem przekonany, że
pieces of information for us. I believe that the heritage of the Philomats and the technical school will also guide you throughout these nearest years of learning. Finally, as a head of the Committee on Public Benefit, I would like to say that I am very happy that there is a faculty of managing non-governmental organizations. A professional non-governmental sector is something that our country needs very much. And I'm very happy that you see this need and you are doing as much as possible to fill this important competence gap.
Całej społeczności akademickiej.
The entire academic circle, I would like to wish that doing science, elevating the natural cognitive capacities of the human to the highest possible level, be always a source of happiness. Piotr Gliński, Vice President of the Government, Minister of Culture, National Heritage and Sports. Thank you.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję za odczytanie.
Thank you very much for reading that letter by Professor, Vice President of the government, and now I'd like to recreate the video with the message from Mr. Balázs Orbán, Minister in the office by Mathias Corvinus colleague.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and friends, starting a new university is always a great joy, as it brings with it the promise of spiritual refreshment, a new light. This new light, new energy, can help us make new scientific discoveries, or it can even illuminate the path back to values you thought were lost. Christian faith, Roman law, and the classical Greek philosophical tradition underlying those two. The new launched Collegium Intermarium University in Warsaw embraces this legacy on which research and education, on which a Christian university in Central Europe must rely. And why is it necessary to emphasize these in particular? Because we see that the rise of aggressive ideologies in many universities in Europe and in the United States makes it impossible to have a balanced scientific debate and free critical thinking. Greatest threat to the functioning of universities is the pursuit of domination by neo-Marxist ideologies disguised in various ways. They attack the foundations of human identity from three directions at the same time. Gender ideology seeks to eliminate gender roles. The woke movement radicalizes racial differences into a war of identity, and the political correct way of expressing seeks to subdue the language. If we look at these together, a great oppressive ideologies of the 20th century should come into our mind. And one of the most important arenas in this fight against this reality is the university, the place where science is thought and practiced at the same time. This was also known exactly by the old totalitarian regimes, and their interest has by no means limited to the humanities. Aryan mathematics or Marxist plant nurturing sounds bizarre, but it did exist. However, why these ideologies want to shape science in their own image, they see religion, especially Christianity, as an enemy. The reason is very simple. Totalitarian ideology offers salvation on earth, whether of a political or a social nature. Christianity, on the other hand, proclaims transcendent salvation, so the former sees it as an enemy. And there is one thing about this. We have learned over the decades of communist dictatorships here in Central Europe. In a matter of moments, anyone who does not accept the teachings of these self-appointed saviors will become a class enemy. Well, these forms of incitement to hatred and spiritual oppression are not at all unknown to us in Central Europe, including Poland and Hungary. Aware of this, we now say thank you. We will not ask for it again. We prefer to go on our own way. I sincerely hope that this university will become a teaching and research place on a European scale. With this, we can also demonstrate that Central Europe can show new strength. We can create a region that can provide an alternative. The wheel of history has now turned again so that the whole of Europe can pay attention to what Poles and Hungarians are doing. And we have to take that chance. Let's show the world what we can be capable of achieving and uniting our intellect. I wish you much success in your work at the new university, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you very much for this video. And now I'd like to speak Mr. Piotr Mazurek, Secretary of State and representative for youth policy in the government. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Mr. Rector, dear Mr. Speaker, ministers, all the guests and participants in today's meeting, thank you very much for the honor of speaking here as a representative of the government for youth policy. I've been consulting young people in all regions of Poland in order to participate together on the basis of dialogue with representatives of young people to create a young long-term strategy for the youngest generation. One of the most important areas in which young people say we need more action when they see problems, barriers which negatively influence their development is education, especially higher education. And we can say that in the process of these consultations we meet many expectations from these young people towards the universities, which expectations are in vain very often, have been until today. I hope this is the university which addresses the needs of these young people. Coming back to this formula of the master and the disciple, which is not mass education, where you can actually discuss problems with the lecturer. We all understand, when we remember studying at the top Polish universities, very often there is no possibility to speak with the professor. There is no individual contact. There is no real international collaboration where we can interact with lecturers, teachers, professors from other countries, representatives of different areas, different societies, with different points of view on problems, where there is a place for meritorical academic debate. Unfortunately, there are so many universities that don't meet these criteria, but they are met here in Collegium Intermarium, which focuses so strongly not only in the Intermarium region, but also broadly. As we can see today, we have great scientists, great intellectuals from all over Europe and the United States. Collegium Intermarium, as has been said today, presented greatly by Mr. Rector, is supposed to be a place where this debate is not limited in any way, where there is no censorship, where there are no problems of the sort that students and lecturers are afraid to speak their mind, which is a problem in many places in Poland nowadays. There are universities for speaking of somebody's views, sometimes very well grounded, very logically argued. Young people as well as professors are met with sanctions. So we're all the more grateful that this university has been created by an NGO, by the third sector, which is a partner for the state, and has created many different areas, deals with many different spheres of life much better than the government, because a grassroots initiative growing from people's needs when people organize themselves is an action that addresses particular societal needs. It is more important and more adapted than any initiative by the state bureaucracy. So I believe that we, as representatives of this state bureaucracy, our duty is to support such initiatives as much as we can. And please, let's notice, it's a great extent of the success of this university. How all the media, that are the dominating media that we can see nowadays in the system that was created after 1989, how much attention does this university bring? Well, it starts to work today only, and so much hatred has it created by the monopolists, by the beneficiaries of the Poland that we've been having so far, that people want to collaborate with this university. many representatives of the public debate, only one side of the public debate, political, economic, social debate, it can be accepted. That's why today's topic is all the more important, because we see that even a university that has not yet started working becomes an object of a radical, hateful attacks, and is an object of cancel culture itself. We must support such initiatives. It's absolutely obvious for me, and I would like to assure you that we'll collaborate, we'll support you, because we need this pluralism, this freedom of speech, which is absolutely crucial for, and I would like to congratulate to Mr. Rector and to all of you. I believe that everything that has been completed so far with this university is already a success, and I hope that it will bring even better fruits. And we will have many more reasons to congratulate you. But I believe that the most important, I believe the Conservatives have always been facing such attacks, and also I can congratulate you, because this is a proof that we're efficient. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję za pana
Thank you very much.
I teraz chciałabym
And now I'd like for the speech Mr. Wojciech Murdzek, Secretary of State, the Ministry of Education and Science. Your Magnificence, Excellencies, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, all distinguished guests from Poland and abroad, and finally you, students, who are beginning this beautiful and long journey. It's yet another point on the map of universities in Poland, the youngest, the newest decision to create this university, Collegium Intermarium. It is a very important step towards enriching this this sphere, very strongly profiled and addressing very important needs that we observe in Poland and the countries that are allied with us, and also taking into account the challenges that we have to face, which are great and difficult. I believe it is particularly important that, as we can read today, what is important for Poland in this room, science and culture, these are the foundations on which, joined with our beautiful, even though difficult history of our country, with the way how Poland tries to shape its own appearance, its own presence, also in the international sphere. It is all trying to show that we want to build on a rock, not on sand. It is very important, it's a very important message, and for lawyers in particular, who want to build on a rock, on the basis of this beautiful tradition, history, culture, science. These are the prerequisites that are absolutely necessary and will be a guarantee of a good future and the great development of this university. And all the graduates will have the sense of great mission, but also of great challenge. We see these challenges, we observe them, even in the words by the apostles, who warned us that we need to listen more to God than to humans. We see many more examples, for example, by Polish saint, Bishop Saint Stanislas, who repeated these words. Also, these words were often used by John Paul II. It is very, very important. We need not to shape the law in an abstract manner, without reference to the reality, but to search for the truth, the source, of the truth, trying to go deeper and deeper to the natural law, which is instilled in our conscience by the Creator. And this first legal evaluation is nothing else but our conscience. This is the origin of it. A natural reaction. We want this positive law to be in agreement with our conscience. We do not want to create something that would be in conflict. And the mission to explain this harmony is particularly important. Well, as has been pointed by Mr. Rector, this narrative should be as positive as possible, but it must be convincing. Because if it isn't, everything will question such logic, such search for the truth, which even a few years ago seemed natural and obvious and didn't raise any emotions. Nowadays, we see that any moment which anything that serves some ideology, some groups of interest, is used to build the narrative, to build up the emotions and the readiness to question the facts, the very facts, as we have heard. There are numerous examples of these challenges. I believe Polish lawyers will be able to fight and to collaborate with other people from other countries, lawyers from other countries, willing to defend this simple, natural logic, which brings the fruit of solidarity, justice, sense of dignity, human dignity. This is particularly important. I believe there are also examples, some new examples. People protest because the Prime Minister dared to ask the Constitutional Tribunal for the interpretation of some elements of the Constitution, some provisions, and its the relationship between the Polish law and the European law. So the competence, which is absolutely obvious for the Constitutional Tribunal, now brings about protests. So today's topic, we can see it obviously today. We can see examples. For months we have been repeating that we do nothing more, nothing worse than other countries. Well, we can't get through with this message. Our narrative is the narrative of the enemy is much stronger very often. That's why we need to search for the methods for these obvious things so that they can help them get through to the public opinion. Because we feel very clearly that we are being discriminated against. How can we promote our narrative where the minority, under the disguised with the tolerance, tries to impose their own views on the majority, and the list is growing. And it shows how great are the challenges based on the law, on science, on knowledge, to defend these things that not so far ago were simple, obvious, natural. These challenges are numerous, and this is just a proof how great this adventure will be for all of you working here, for all the academic teachers here, the professors, lecturers, but also for students. And I wish you that this determination, that this conviction of the great mission, that you have it in full, and that you can be proud of the success of this university and all the graduates. And I hope that all the graduates support these non-governmental organizations of the government, but also to have the feeling that in the individuals that there is law. There are people who represent the law, who will support even the smallest of us, the weakest of us, even those who are unborn, that we will protect everyone according to modern knowledge, knowing the law, but also represent with dignity and help to lead this fight on a global scale. Because also in this sphere, on a different scale of course, but there are many injustices and many wrong things. We need well-prepared professionals that will draw from this natural gift of the Creator, this feeling of justice, search for the truth, and this sensitivity towards the problems that we are facing today, starting from the weakest of us. I wish you all the best. I wish you a good academic year and all of success.
Szanowny Panie Ministrze, bardzo dziękuję
thank you very much, Mr. Minister.
Teraz o zabranie głosu chciałam
And I would like to ask to speak Mr. Minister Piotr Uściński, Secretary of State in the Ministry of Development and Technology.
Panie rektorze, panowie ministrowie, wszyscy...
Mr. Rector, dear ministers, distinguished guests, and the entire group of guests. I am very grateful I could be here. I'm very happy. And I can say that the speakers who came before me has already expressed my feelings, my positive feelings about the creation, the opening of this university. I only like to add what my heart tells me. I wish you that this university becomes a place which educates people who will be working very well in the future for Poland and for the entire Intermarium region, Europe and the world. I am deeply convinced that this will be the place of search for the truth. This will be the place where the freedom of speech, freedom of science, academic freedom will be maintained in this world which so often nowadays follows some strange directions, especially foreign universities. We can see how quickly they adopt, without any criticism, some theses, and these theses become dogmas at these universities. And they become something that is taught to students as a proven fact, whereas this is just a thesis without any real ground behind. Unfortunately, this is the fact of some Polish universities. As we can see, I am absolutely convinced it will never take place here at this university. I believe that this will be the place where students can discover the truth without limits. Any kinds of views could be expressed here in a free discussion, free debate, and I hope that the world is not lost yet, thanks to such initiatives, thanks to such universities, that there will be still hope and there will be future generations which will cultivate this real science, and the world is not lost for us yet. And your university, starting today, I hope it's as good as possible, and I hope the students also in this very first year become convinced and convince others that it's a great university, a great place to be, and it can teach very well. I believe it's going to develop from year to year, and this is what I wish to you.
Bardzo dziękuję za przemówienie.
Thank you very much for this speech. I'd now like to ask all of you for these speeches, for these inauguratory speeches. I would like to begin the ceremony of the most important part of today's conference, the ceremony of taking the oath by this year's students. I would like to invite all the first grade students of law here to the stage. Please come to me. I'd also like to ask Mr. Łukasz Pawlikowski
do mównicy.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we'll prepare the flag, so I would like you all to stand up.
sztandar wprowadzić.
Please introduce the standard.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and
teraz
gentlemen,
odśpiewany zostanie hymn.
now we will listen to the Polish national
Jeszcze
anthem.
Polska nie zginęła, kiedy my żyjemy. Co nam obca przemoc wzięła, szablą odbierzemy. Marsz, marsz dąbrowski, z ziemi włoskiej do Polski. Za Twoim przewodem złączył się z narodem. Marsz, marsz dąbrowski, z ziemi włoskiej do Polski. Za Twoim przewodem złączył się z narodem.
Dziękuję. Teraz nastąpi uroczyste ślubowanie.
And now I would like the students to take an official oath. So I'd like to ask Ms. Alexandra Graf to participate with the ceremony.
Proszę powtarzać po słowach ślubowania.
Please
Ślubujemy.
repeat after me.
My, studenci
We
prawa,
take the vow. We, students of the law, we declare our willingness to study and to form our intellect by joining the academic community of Collegium Intermarium. We vow
wytrwale zdobywać wiedzę i umiejętności z pożytkiem dla ojczyzny.
to gain new knowledge for the good of the country,
Stawiać sobie za cel naukę w duchu poszukiwania prawdy o świecie
to
i człowieku
ambitiously
oraz
search for the truth
intelektualnego rozwoju
and
umysłowego
to
i
develop our
społecznego.
intellectual and social
Zupełnie sumiennie
knowledge,
wypełniać swoje obowiązki studenckie.
to diligently
Rzetelnie
pursue
dociekać
our
prawdy,
obligations,
głosić ją oraz
to
dawać
search for
jej
the truth, to
świadectwo
speak the
w
truth,
swoim
and
postępowaniu.
witness the truth in our actions,
Cenić wartości chrześcijańskie i
to respect
ogólnoludzkie.
Christian values and general human values,
Przestrzegać w życiu akademickim zasad życzliwości.
respect the rules of
Darzyć należytym
kindness
szacunkiem
in
władzę,
academic life,
nauczycieli akademickich
respect,
oraz innych pracowników Collegium Intermarium,
professors,
a także innych studentów.
employees and other students with respect.
Dbać o godność i honor studenta, a także o dobry wizerunek
Care of,
i imię Collegium Intermarium.
For the name and
A także, jako studenci
image
Collegium
of the Collegium Intermarium
będziemy
and
postępować
the students of
zgodnie
Collegium
z treścią
Intermarium,
złożonego przez nas ślubowania.
we will perform
Tak mi
our
dopomóż
actions
Bóg.
diligently. So help me God.
Szanowni Państwo, teraz uroczyście zostanie odśpiewana pieśń
And now we're
Gaudamus
going to
Igitur.
sing Gaudamus Igitur, the anthem of the university.
Gaudeamus igitur, juvenes dum sumus. Gaudeamus igitur, juvenes dum sumus.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Serdecznie
Thank you very
gratulujemy
much.
wszystkim studentom, którzy
We'd like to congratulate all the students who have joined Collegium Intermarium.
Niniejszym kończymy naszą oficjalną
And we are
część,
ending the
uroczystą
official,
część,
first
inauguracji
official
naszego
part
akademickiego.
of our inauguration of our academic
Przejdziemy
year.
teraz,
We'd now
do
like to
części wystąpień
pass to
naszych
the
prelegentów.
speeches
Jeszcze
by
raz
our
serdeczne-
guests.
serdeczne gratulacje
So
i
thank you
dziękujemy
very
za
much and
zaufanie.
congratulate you for your confidence in us.
Szanowni Państwo, teraz zapraszam do
Ladies and
wzięcia
gentlemen,
głosu
I would now like to
naszego,
speak our distinguished guest,
wspaniałego mówcę ze Stanów Zjednoczonych,
a
pana
great speaker from the
profesora
United States,
Ahmariego,
Professor Sohrab
autora
Ahmari from the United
bestsellerowej
States,
książki
author of the best-selling book The Unbroken Thread, who has joined us from the United States, who will speak on the challenges for the fight for the truth in the times of cancel culture. So please do not leave the room yet. The first part is not yet over.
Hello. Mr. Ahmari, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for being here. Let me begin by thanking the Collegium Intermarium for inviting me to this superb symposium. Putting together an international intellectual gathering on this scale is no easy feat. And so I would like to thank the organizers, particularly our rector, Professor Tymoteusz Zych, and Ms. Ewa Rowinska for their vision, their logistical prowess, and above all, their warm hospitality. It's especially gratifying to be with you here in Warsaw, in Poland, the land of St. John Paul II. As many of you may know, I named my first child after one of the all-time greatest Poles, St. Maximilian Kolbe. But even before that, I was a certified Polonophile. Yet I'd never had a chance to visit Warsaw. And this, even though my wife and I lived in Europe for nearly 4 years. Now, I should say, I did once visit Poland before, but I went to a place called Żagań. I don't know how many of you have been there, but those of you know, it's not exactly like Warsaw. There is a barracks, a church, and a large field where, in this case, NATO tanks were going back and forth, roaring and firing their cannons. And that, of course, has its own charms for a reporter, but it's much better to be with you in Warsaw than in Żagań. Here we are now, thanks be to God. Our theme at this symposium is Truth in the Age of Cancel Culture, a most urgent topic. We know that truth is under attack. Not just the more profound truths of our classical and Christian heritage, which the Collegium Intermarium seeks to preserve and advance, but even the most basic facts of history, or say, biology. You really can get canceled for stating, for example, that man and woman are immutable biological categories, and you can get canceled even posthumously. Witness how the American Civil Liberties Union recently scrubbed all references to women, she, and her from the words of the late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. The idea being, of course, that referring to women risks offending biological women who identify as men but still have need of the abortion services that Ginsburg championed as an activist and jurist. The venerable medical journal Lancet, in a major essay recently, used the term bodies with vaginas instead of women for the same reason. I'm sure we could spend this entire conference coming up with similar examples from both sides of the Atlantic. They're at once hilarious and chillingly dystopian. It's that dystopian quality of cancel culture that is impossible to ignore. Those of you who spend too much time on Twitter, as I do, know that we like to point out how this or that new social phenomenon resembles this or that fictional dystopia. Daily, we are compelled to declare things we know not to be true. No, we don't face torture, as Orwell's protagonist in 1984 does, but for many people in the West, the threat of being unpersoned and losing their livelihoods seems to do the trick. They mouth the untruths, or at least they keep silent. These resemblances to fictional dystopias should arrest us, even convict us. Our culture creators are highly adept at prophesying dystopia, and we love to nod along as their premonitions come to life. But we can't seem to be able to stop the process, much less reverse it. As my friend and the Notre Dame political theorist Patrick Deneen has observed, quote, "Our popular culture seems to be a kind of electronic Cassandra. It offers entertaining prophecies born of our anxieties, and we take perverse pleasure in distracting ourselves with portrayals of our powerlessness." Today, I propose that we take this observation as a point of departure. I think we should put the dystopian imagination to more productive use than merely creating memes online. More provocatively, in a new book I'm just beginning to write, I contend that dystopia has already happened. It's here. Our territory conforms to the maps drawn long ago by science fiction authors. We have crossed the invisible frontier that divides an ordinary place, an ordinary topos, from a dystopian realm. And if that's the case, then the imagined futures of the past are a better guide to the present than any think tank white paper. Novelists can be so much more far-seeing and so much wiser than most of the people populating the think tanks in Washington and Brussels. Those who would tell us that we live in the best of all possible worlds because flat-screen televisions are so damn cheap. By casting a serious literary glance at our realities, or perhaps I should say unrealities, we can shake off such complacency and resist the temptations of presentism. The best dystopian literature, moreover, can reveal the deeper currents shaping our age, and that in turn can help us understand why we feel so powerless, as Professor Deneen says we do. In the United States, especially, that sense of powerlessness is especially palpable. From the last summer to this one, we Americans have endured what seems like a series of revolutionary paroxysms. The politicized lockdowns, the mainstreaming of so-called critical race theory, big tech's definitive turn towards censorship, the escalation of woke capital's intrusions into democratic processes, and of course, the George Floyd riots and the anti-historical iconoclasm that attended them. The shattering of bona fide American heroes and saints like Abraham Lincoln, and the literal erasure of historical memory. In response to all this, we should of course applaud those who are fighting to tell the truth about our history in all its rich complexity and to offer correctives to the nonsense. And likewise, those who, at no small personal risk, insist on telling the truth about human sexuality. But to be perfectly frank with you, I don't think such efforts, without more, can turn the tide against cancel culture. Conservatives and classical liberals can shout that Abraham Lincoln was not a horrid racist until they go blue in the face, and it won't do much. What's missing is a deeper analysis to figure out whether cancel culture really represents something new and revolutionary, or whether what we're dealing with is merely the acceleration of older and deeper processes of ideological transformation. And if the latter is the case, as I believe and propose it is, then we have to wonder at the material forces driving the cultural changes, or at least cooperating with it. No, culture and social consciousness aren't reducible to material reality, as a kind of vulgar Marxism would have it, but it's foolish to deny that all culture rests on a material substrate. And it seems to me that we can't begin to properly counter cancel culture and defend the truth concretely without untangling these knots between culture and material reality. So we need a material diagnosis. And to do that, I propose we visit a place called Eden Olympia. Has anyone been? Well, I don't blame you. Eden Olympia is a fictional business park in the south of France, the setting of one of J.G. Ballard's last novels, Supercan, published in 1999. Our protagonists are Dr. Jane Sinclair, a British pediatrician hired to replace one of the park's physicians, and her husband, Paul, a pilot convalescing from a plane crash. Eden Olympia recruits Jane because her predecessor in the job, another Brit named David Greenwood, has gone postal, shooting up 10 colleagues, many of them senior executives at the park, before turning the gun on himself. And as Jane gets absorbed into her work at the park, Eden Olympia is a sort of playground for workaholics, not unlike real-world counterparts in Silicon Valley or the leafy suburbs of Seattle. It falls to the jobless Paul to unravel what happened with Greenwood, what led a gentle pediatrician to murder innocents in cold blood. Or perhaps Greenwood's victims aren't so innocent. I won't spoil the plot for you. As it happens, Supercan supposedly is being adapted for one of our prestige cable networks, HBO or some such. It's a magnificent novel, a potent mix of noir and science fiction and social commentary. What matters most for our purposes is Eden Olympia itself, the business park, which is as much a character in its own right as Ballard's human characters. What are the chief characteristics?
Jakie są te główne?
I'd like to focus on three, which are closely bound up with each other. Let me know if they strike you as uncannily familiar. They certainly did for me, having read the novel first at the turn of the new millennium and then again this year. The first feature is an obsession with bodily health. It turns out that in addition to more routine duties, Jane is expected to help Eden Olympia create a park-wide medical diagnostic system. As she tells her husband, every morning when people get up, they'll dial up the clinic and log in their health data, pulse, blood pressure, weight, and so on. One prick of the finger on a small scanner, and computers here will analyze everything: liver enzymes, cholesterol, prostate markers, and the lot. Her boss, she goes on, is very keen on fecal smears, but I suspect that's one test too far. He hates the idea of all that used toilet paper going to waste. The greatest diagnostic tool in the world is literally flushed down the lavatory. Paul, her husband, asks, so no one will ever get ill? Jane replies, something like that. Imagine if today's real-world health authorities, not least our own in America, Dr. Fauci, could amass such power and technology. Later we learn that Jane is, quote, running a computer model tracing the spread of nasal viruses across Eden Olympia. She has a hunch that if people move their chairs a further 18 inches apart, they'd stop the infectious vectors right in their tracks. Ballard quite literally foresaw the social distancing regime 2 decades before anyone had heard of the novel coronavirus. Although even with his dystopian prescience, he couldn't foresee the rise of universal, permanent masking as a sort of medical hijab for the Western laptop classes. And again, we get Paul's sarcastic aside. I thought people were already too far apart as it is. A term frequently flung about in Eden Olympia is corporate puritanism. It captures both the absolute workaholism of the park's professional managerial classes and their disgust with the ordinary grime and messy civic give and take of the outside world. Now, this puritanism coexists in another prophetic flourish from Ballard with a kind of controlled hedonism. If in those all too brief hours when the executives don't work, they get kinky, to put it mildly. Hard drugs, sadomasochism, even random ultraviolence directed against people outside the park. We will return to this transgressive impulse, but to understand it, we have to attend to the second major feature of Eden Olympia, and that is that it's a profoundly anti-political place. Here, I want to briefly pause and note that Sophia Antipolis is the name of an actual Silicon Valley-style business park in southern France that's mentioned in Ballard's work. Antipolis is the ancient Greek name for nearby Antibes. Antipolis literally means opposite the city, that is the city of Nice. But the ancient name happens to be nicely evocative of what these business parks are really like, to Ballard's mind. They are antipolises, anti-cities, the opposite of what the ancient city represented, the ideal of the city as a family of families, a political community, a space for cultivating civic virtue. An invisible infrastructure took place of traditional civic virtues, Paul observes. At Eden Olympia, there were no parking problems, no traditional burglars or purse snatchers, no rapes or muggings. The top drawer professionals no longer needed to devote a moment's thought to each other and had dispensed with the checks and balances of community life. There were no town councils or magistrates' courts, no citizens' advice bureau. Civility and polity were designed into Eden Olympia in the same way that mathematics, aesthetics, and an entire geopolitical worldview were designed into the Parthenon and the Boeing 747. Representative democracy had been replaced by the surveillance camera and the private police officer. Again and again, Eden Olympia's architects drive home this point. In a telling exchange, Paul tells one executive that there's no drama and no conflict at Eden Olympia. There are no clubs or evening classes. We don't need them, the executive responds. They serve no role. No charities or church fetes, no fundraising galas. Everyone is rich, or at least very, very well off. No police or legal system. There's no crime and no social problems. No democratic accountability. No one votes. So who runs things? And the executive coldly replies, we do. We run things. At Eden Olympia, the private has somehow completely swallowed the public, eaten it from the inside out. Morality, if it can be called that, is baked into ergonomics. You don't debate great public issues or allow the ancient rivalry between classes to play out in a political way. There are cameras everywhere and a private police force to respond to any abnormalities that might concern the executives. Again, Ballard is prophetic here. For us, morality, insofar as it exists, is programmed into our smartphones. Things no longer get debated, but algorithms ensure that we are steered away from extremist ideas, the definition of which is ever shifting according to the needs of the system. As most of you probably remember, the New York Post, the newspaper I work for, faced the sharp end of this kind of new techno-moralism last year, after we published an expose on President Biden's son, Hunter. The details are by now well known, but to sum up briefly, we obtained, through ordinary journalistic methods, a laptop hard drive apparently belonging to Hunter. In it, we found, among many other things, emails showing that in 2015, Hunter had arranged meetings between his father, then the second most powerful man in the world, and the Obama administration's point man on Ukraine, on the one hand, and executives from a shady Ukrainian energy firm that was paying Hunter $83,000 a month as a board member on the other. Hunter isn't exactly an expert on Eastern European energy affairs, as you probably know. I still distinctly remember the morning the story appeared. I hadn't seen it on our pagination system the night before, but at 5 in the morning, I looked it up on my phone instead of attending to my morning prayers, unfortunately. But by 10 o'clock, a Facebook public relations staffer announced that the social media giant was taking steps to, quote, reduce circulation on the story, apology and self-criticism. And when 50 former intelligence officials published a letter claiming, on the basis of zero evidence, that our reporting was Russian disinformation, other media outlets simply repeated and affirmed this. Imagine journalists acting like stenographers for spies, and this in the land of the free. Now, nearly a year later, some of those same outlets are coming forward to substantiate the Post's reporting, and even to do their own digging, which finds that, yes, Hunter, the illustrious first son, Hunter arranged that meeting between his father and Burisma executives, as the Post had reported. And yes, just as the Post reported, Hunter had also negotiated a deal with executives from a Chinese energy firm with 10% held for the big guy, that is, his father. Nearly a year later, Joe Biden's presidency is secure, so it's safe to disclose all of this. This strikes me as a supremely Ballardian touch. Truth is perfectly malleable to the contours of the regime's practical needs. It's a point that the rector also made this morning. It isn't that the executives at Eden Olympia are unaware of the business park's darker side. They are perfectly aware, and they take what they consider sanitary steps to contain it as needed. And it isn't that the corporate media industrial complex in the United States is unaware that the illustrious presidential son traded on his last name to enrich himself and his family. The system is perfectly aware, and it is prepared to take any necessary anti-extremist measures to contain information until the populist threat to the regime has passed. There is no public political culture in Eden Olympia, or indeed in the United States. No institutions devoted to sustaining it. To the extent that a vestigial public political realm exists, it is totally devoted to serving the needs and preferences of this class/regime, large holders of capital and the high-end professionals who service them. Which brings us to the third feature of Eden Olympia. It's a place that has no progeny and no past. Not long after they arrive, Jane and Paul cease conjugal relations. Jane works too hard, she has no time. When Paul suggests that they have a baby, she says, "Oh, that's rather clever, Paul, but I can't, at least not right now. There are problems." And of course, he knows that she has an IUD meant to ensure marital sterility. And indeed, in the entire park, there are no children, none. Executives tell Paul, today's corporate city is supremely talented, adult, virtually childless. You define yourself by the kind of trainers you wear. So much for progeny. As for the past, well, it doesn't exist. The executives at the park, you might expect, are quite diverse. This is a multicultural place. The professional ranks are drawn from Britain, France, Mexico, Japan, and so on. But there's nothing particularly British or French or Mexican or Japanese about them. Rather, what unites them, as one critic of the park tells Paul, is that they're all, quote, paid-up members of the new elite. They're the corporate chosen people. As the park expands, it literally destroys the history, natural and man-made, of the surrounding community. Paul observes, the site contractors were already at work, clearing the holm oaks and umbrella pines that had endured since Roman times, surviving forest fires and military invasions. Nature, as the new millennium dictated, was giving way for the last time to the tax shelter and the corporate car park. And interestingly, Jane embraces this ahistoricity. From a classical Marxist frame, she is someone who has true class consciousness, a member of a class for itself. She hasn't thought about it deeply, but she somehow understands that the ahistoricity of the place is good for people like her, for their success. Eden Olympia, she tells Paul, has a lot going for it. It's open to talent and hard work. There is no ground already staked out, no title deeds going back to bloody Magna Carta. You feel anything could happen, end quote. She is expressing the dream of total meritocracy. Places that have deeds going back to bloody Magna Carta impose inherited obligations on their citizens. They are messy, they are democratic, there are competing claims, there is memory, there are ancient authorities. All this stands in the way of the global meritocrat. And where these messy competing claims, not least the claims of the poor, the small property holder, and so on, arise, Eden Olympia wages literal class war. I mentioned that the executives find a kind of sexual release in ultraviolence. They go on these hunting parties, they call them ratissage, raking over, where they beat up local prostitutes, immigrants, tourists, etc., people who in some way or other still represents the older world that, that stands in the way of the omnipresent car park. One thing that's off here, the one point in which Ballard's powers of prophecy and verisimilitude failed him, is that the executives have this undercurrent of hard-right nationalist politics. Some are members of the National Front, and they think of themselves as waging war against undesirable elements and so on. Of course, the real-world counterparts would absolutely steer clear of anything like Marine Le Pen's party. These people delight in labor arbitrage, both in the form of offshoring and mass migration. Nevertheless, I do think Ballard is right in the main in his analysis of class violence and war required to realize the professional managerial class's dream world. Now let me circle back to the first feature of Olympia, that is its obsession with bodily health. Here, Ballard's prescience is just off the charts, enough to induce goosebumps. The program of ratissage, of these vicious human hunting parties, was instituted as a mechanism to deal with the executives' otherwise inexplicable physical ailments, mainly respiratory conditions. These men and women who otherwise strenuously exercise and watch their calories and eat kale would suddenly be seized with respiratory illnesses. I call them the ailments of anti-political man. Something about this apolitical, ahistorical way of life literally makes the executive sick. And to fend off the condition, they have to enact violence against people who still inhabit the old political, historical, embodied reality that is part of human nature. Now let me be even more on the nose and tie all of this together with our present condition. I think we are living in a kind of Eden Olympia writ large, or rather, we are in a stage of transition, a shift between, on the one hand, a vestigial world of still embodied communities inhabited by political animals with historical memories, and on the other, the nightmarish utopia of Eden Olympia. Note that the name is both biblical and classical, suggesting a religious mythic utopia, or non-place, which, when established in the real world, is a hellish dystopia. The paroxysms that so worry us, justifiably so, things like cancel culture, these paroxysms have brought us here today. They are the symptoms, I think, of this historical passage. Note the elements of Ballard's dystopia and then compare them to ours. Bodily obsession, social distancing, the dream of a world without grime, without sweat, and without the sweat and scent of other human beings. Of course, as Ballard reminds us, such a world serves the material interests of some classes and those of others. The laptop class or the professional class generates value by manipulating information on screens, and it looks with bewilderment and contempt at two groups it sees as vestigial: small property holders, small businessmen and women, and what I've called tangible workers. What to do with them? Ideally, all that kind of labor and value generation would be automated, relegated to drones, online retailers, and so on. But the intangibles class, or the laptop class, still needs tangible labor. Silicon Valley, as my friend and the author Michael Lind has pointed out, can't do it all without these massive storage and power generation facilities spread across the heartland of the United States and maintained by working class, that is, by tangible labor. Eden Olympia needs farmers and restaurants and nannies and high-end escorts. Now enter COVID-19, a real crisis, but also what a tremendous opportunity to squeeze the tangibles class, to discipline it, to transfer as much of its livelihood as possible to virtual realms controlled by the laptop class. An incredible opportunity for an upward transfer of wealth. And of course, the added benefits of social distancing, literally enacting distance between people and classes, a separation symbolized by the medical hijab and the plexiglass barrier. Why won't they let the virus go? Why won't they let us move on? Because class war is carried out in many ways. 2, the general anti-political thrust of Eden Olympia. That today finds expression in big tech censorship. And I would also argue in politically correct language regulation. Conservatives detect behind the expansion of PC language regulation and the cancel culture the sinister hand of leftist American scholars, themselves reared on exotic continental theories like postmodernism and deconstruction. There is some truth to that, of course, but this interpretation risks obscuring a larger, more important truth. Cancel culture is the new factory discipline. There is little resembling demands for ongoing redistributive justice of the kind the old left championed. No labor solidarity, little to do with enhancing the laborer's relative power vis-a-vis large employers. Just demands for post-tax handouts, as well, of course, as quote-unquote representation or diversity on corporate boards, in university curricula, and so on. And of course, the firing of those who say the wrong or awkward thing in the digital public square, in workplaces or in classrooms. The goal isn't to rectify concrete economic injustices, massive inequalities in wealth, health and job insecurity, and so on. Rather, the goal is precisely the opposite, to mitigate, to defer, to smooth over, to mask these substantive disagreements, and instead have battles on procedural mechanisms for upholding manners. Manners is what cancel culture is about. Now, which social class most excels at politically correct manners? That would be the professional managerial class, the laptop class. Its children learn the patois for discussing issues of race, gender, and sexuality from an early age. They are expected to have mastered it by the time they take their entry-level jobs. It's a skill that private schools are teaching already. Working class people, meanwhile, are most likely to struggle with language. Even when they mean well, they don't quite get it right, not least because the rules constantly shift with the vagaries of critical race theory and LGBTQ, BDSM, QIA, whatever acronyms. By fortifying the requirements to speak and think correctly and raising the stakes for failure, the neoliberal class has now built a repressive new mechanism for staying at the top and keeping the oiks down. 3, the last one, ahistoricity. The problem of greatest concern to us, perhaps. Here again, the conservative diagnosis is only partly right, or I would say mostly wrong. If critical race theory and cancel culture and the destruction of historical memory really threaten the material interests of Jeff Bezos, the Apple Corporation, and Nike, and the trustees of large Ivy League universities, and on, do you really think they would ally themselves with these forces? Don't be naive. They would shut it down like that. And it isn't just the fact that wokesters trained by the disciples of Judith Butler have somehow captured the corporate establishment, is that the bringing about of Eden Olympia demands cancel culture. People who have historical memory and are rooted in authentic cultures of truth, these people have heroes. They have historical memory. They have romantic ideals. They have authorities that guide their consciences. They have national pride. Family and community form the warp and weft of their characters. People who don't have such things make the perfect corporate subjects, be they the ones who occupy the commanding heights or those who toil on the peripheries. All this brings us to perhaps a bitter conclusion, and it is this. Most of the conservative responses to cancel culture are bound to fail. We can't retreat into monastic redoubts and hope to be left alone. like communism, neoliberal cancel culture has global ambitions, and that those ambitions very much extend to our small classical academies and remote chicken farms. Nor is it of much use to try to combat it with the right kind of consumer choice. Well, I won't use Google or Apple or Amazon until they stop censoring. Consumer choice, even dissenting choice, merely reproduces the logic of the consumer society. Our boutique dissident choices are already priced in. Nor, finally, will appeals to tolerance or intellectual diversity or free speech avail much. These were the watchwords of the regime's protagonists when their movement was yet in its infancy. They wielded these watchwords against traditional authority, above all that of Holy Church, when they were still relatively powerless. Now that they hold the whip hand, they have no use for these procedural niceties. They have achieved their substantive vision. This is our tolerance. This is our diversity. We run things. What I'm getting at is this, that most of the responses to cancel culture are woefully indifferent to the inner logic of our society, to this historical material force, the drive to Eden Olympia. Today's culture war can't be reduced to a material substrate, true, but we discount the material, class-based, and political economy dimensions at our peril, especially so in a global, essentially bourgeois commercial empire. Truth and a culture of truth cannot be shored up without shoring up the material conditions in which these things were legible and sensible, where the whole social order was oriented to the good of man as a rational political animal who thrives in family and political community, whose conscience demands authoritative guidance from the church and from the civil laws. This is what I take to be the mission, however imperfectly executed, of the governments in this region, Poland, Hungary, but also others. But what I suggest is that there are material economic forces arrayed against this vision. The neoliberal globalism of Brussels goes hand in hand with Brussels' attempt to rebuke and suppress national conservatism and populism in this region. We cannot ignore the link between class-based oppositions and what is called cancel culture. In short, cancel culture is the ideology of neoliberal order in its current iteration. We have to grapple with that. Now, how to link these two things? Ballard was writing dystopian noir, and in noir, there is never any political solution. The noir protagonist typically peers behind the glossy surface of his society and finds ugly class warfare and oppression churning there. But he can't muster any kind of political action or mass movement to alter material reality. He either escapes the dystopia altogether, a la Harrison Ford's Deckard in Blade Runner, or goes on a rampage, as Paul does in Supercan. And indeed, ultimately, he recapitulates David Greenwood's Righteous Massacre. There, I broke my promise not to spoil the book for you. Dystopian noir is romantic. We can't afford romance, but a serious study of fantastic literature can sometimes help tear down our own fantasies. Thank you very much.
Dear Mr. Ahmari, thank you very much for this insightful and inspiring speech. Szanowni Państwo, zapraszam
ladies and gentlemen, we would like now to invite you for a coffee break until 12:30. And please be here back on time. We'd like to start on time the first panel. Thank you very much.
I'd like to ask also participants of our upcoming panel to take sets for the translation, because the panel will be held in 3 languages, in Polish, in English, and in French. I'm sorry, 2 languages, in English and in French. So if you have an opportunity to do so, please take the translation sets. They are at the table near to the entrance to the room. Szanowni Państwo, chciałabym poprosić o zabranie głosu.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask to take the floor
kierownik naszego
Princess Ingrid de Frankopan, head of the Department of International Law,
wspaniałych książek dotyczących prawa narodów, dotyczących prawa międzynarodowego, niezwykle doświadczoną wykładowczynię, lecturer, naukowiec, która wygłosi wystąpienie wprowadzające do naszego panelu poświęconego przyszłości uniwersytetu.
To this panel, the panel concerning the future of university.
The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
I'm supposed to talk about the what is a university, or what purpose does a university serve? And I love that topic because there are some students here, they're going to start here. And you know, a university is a place where freedom of speech is the most important thing. In any societies, freedom of speech is essential. Of all the human rights, you know, I always describe that as a sort of ladder of things. On top is perhaps the right to life, but there are some reservations, and I'm not talking about the poor unborn children who lost the right to life in many countries, but in all countries there are limitations to that in terms of my speciality, which is the law of war. A soldier cannot claim an absolute right to life because then he won't dare to go into combat. But it goes down. Number 2 is probably freedom of speech, and very low down you have the right to property. But the human rights is a sign of the civilization of a country. I'm glad we have this wonderful, I don't know if it's sunshine or if it's a sort of 3rd degree torture lamp I have in my... Anyway, speaking of that, it is in a post-communist society like Poland that we have the courage to start something new. We have a tabula rasa, a clean slate, and we can do whatever we want with this university. And there are other countries with great academic record, like my alma mater, Oxford, where they only recently started to say, perhaps we should stop this disinviting culture. Forgive me, because I don't write down my talks or speeches, and the poor translators perhaps have problems if I speak too fast. So I'm going to, like Burgundy, where I live in France, I'm going to turn into a snail and slow down a bit. If I could have a sign if they are in tears, it would help. It reminds me what happened when England joined the European Union, which they now have left, and the translators were in tears all the time because the English can't say anything without referring to cricket. And they said that was a sticky wicket and he was out for 6, and there they were crying, not realizing what it meant. Anyway, coming back to this serious topic of what is a university. This morning, they announced in the University of St Andrews, it's not up there with Oxford and Cambridge, but a very reputable university in Scotland, that no one's going to be allowed to start their studies unless, this is announced in the Times this morning, unless they first complete a module on sustainability, equality, and respect for others. And, you know, it's terrifying to think they would hold up all students from studying whatever they had signed on for until they have passed an extra exam on woke culture ahead of time. I mean, I'm absolutely scandalized because they have to sign, for example, they have to agree acknowledging their personal guilt in overcome their unconscious bias that they don't think everyone is equal. So I think that's absolutely astonishing. And what does equality mean? No, they get 0 marks if they say to treat everyone in the same way. No. Equality means treating people according to the needs of that person. Well, you know, it is a bit like, if you know Oscar Wilde, Lady Bracknell saying, you call a spade, you know? Although she adds, I'm glad never to have seen a spade. But, you know, not to call things by their proper name. I sometimes said to my student, of course you can call, as long as you're consistent in your book, in your thesis, you can call a chair a table and a table a chair, but it's not going to help people to understand what you're saying. You know, unless you use ordinary words for ordinary things. And I have been on numerous occasions a chairman or something. No, I can't be a chairman. I'm a chairperson. No, now it's called, you're a chair. So I feel like a piece of furniture if you call me a chair. You know, what's wrong with saying I happen to be a woman? I know I'm a woman because I got 5 children, 17 grandchildren. And, you know, now we're not allowed to say that because then some people will feel uncomfortable. Now, this idea of a university, it is the most important thing is it's not to teach you what to think, but how to think. That is the key of a university, in my opinion. And when you then, once you're taught how to think, you must be able to say whatever you like. Even if you say, terribly sorry, the world is actually flat. They were all wrong. And in the days of Galileo, when we come back to the present sanitary dictatorship, 99% of scientists said that the world was flat. And Galileo said, no, I think it's round, you know. And then, you know, they burnt him on the stakes, and he became a sort of martyr. Now, and then they found out that 99% of the scientists were wrong. Those who say now that 99% of scientists say we must wear a mask. Yeah, even if it reduces the oxygen to the brain, that people get even sillier than they were. Anyway, it is very important in terms of coming back to the mission of a university. This new university will guarantee freedom of speech. This university will be different in the sense that because it's in a courageous country of Poland, where people recognize when little traces of communism are coming back, when you don't dare what to say, you said something against the state, and people come at 3 o'clock in the morning to arrest you. And then you have to profess your guilt and say, mea culpa, not to God, but to the state, that you've been terribly wrong criticizing something. Now, this mandatory training that we've had in most universities is also a matter of the multiplication of university. Mr. Tony Blair had some obsession that he wanted everyone to go to university. I think it was for the statistical tables of the OECD or whatever, that so many people go to university. So he renamed the technical colleges, not realizing that the Polytechnique in England, which meant a very elementary technical college. In France, a Polytechnique is a very, very prestigious thing to have been to. But he renamed them all universities. So there was a masses of graduates all of a sudden, also because they had to help everyone, even if they couldn't read or spell or whatever. Everyone must have a degree. And then they found out they didn't get any jobs because no one wanted to hire these illiterate students who graduated from unknown entities. And now his son, Ewan Blair, I hear has become recently a multimillionaire by saying, no, you don't want to go to university, you want to go out and be an apprentice and learn other practical stuff. And going against his father, and again, I think money has not been irrelevant in his motivation. Now, the tabula rasa that we have here, I think is intending to form an elite. Elite is now a very dirty word in many circles. I was contacted, I think I'm the chair of one of the branches of alumni of Oxford with regard to Croatia. And I was told by them, please help us. We got to get rid of this etiquette, this label of elitist university. And I said, why do you want to do that? Who wants to go to Harvard unless it was known to be an elite place? And Oxford has been an elite place. No, we got to make it more popular, more open to everyone. And it is now a minus to have been at one of the best schools in England to get into Oxford or Cambridge. It's a big minus. It is better if you can virtually not speak the language, or certainly not write, and you have a very, very poor education, but your father is in prison and your mother is an alcoholic. They will have sympathy for you because they will compensate and recruit and open a place for you, even if it later shows that this was perhaps a mistake. But it's a sort of sociological experiment to equal everyone out and give minuses for people whose parents sacrificed a lot to give the children a first-class education before university. And I hope this is going to be an elite university, because what's wrong with being an elite? It means being the best. And if you have any interest in sport, I mean, what's the point to give gold medals to everyone? Huh? Where is your joy and your pride to have been the best rower or the best runner or the best skier if your gold medal is equaled by everyone you know getting the same honor? And I'd be very, very glad to contribute here to make this a success. I think that it's only, as I said, it's only in a country like this where people would have the courage to start something new. Of course we're going to be attacked. And my mother taught me that you should be very, very happy if you're attacked. It means you're on top of the Alp where the wind blows, and you're not down in the valley where everything is grey and no wind at all, because it's a compliment to be attacked, as I expect. I and the whole Collegium Intermarium will be by the liberals, so-called liberals, who sometimes forget what liberal means, because they're not tolerant, which to me would be an essential part of being a liberal. They are not generous and allowing for diversity, although they preach that diversity is so important. And the fact what I mentioned about St. Andrews having modules that they have to, students have to pass before they start reading whatever subject they have signed on for, and they have to agree that, like my country, I really said the country girl, but my compatriot Greta, who hasn't even finished school, but she thinks the apocalypse is coming tomorrow and the whole world will sink, and there's this climate change that, you know, takes precedence over everything. And the other thing they have to agree with before they allow that St. Andrews to go on is colonization is a dark, dark era although it did bring a lot of civilization to many parts of the world. I don't know if I have as we sometimes do in the Telders competition, I have 2 minutes. So either I will now start speaking very fast, and the translator is going to be crying, but otherwise I will have to sum up, because you see, to ask someone to talk about the meaning of a university in a few minutes is, what shall I call, a challenge. It's a challenge. It's a bit like explaining the riddle of life or the riddle of the universe, and you will have 2 minutes. Let me finish off then by saying that this is a hope for the world of having a university where you can say what you want. You see, I wrote a book called The Philosophy of the Law of Nations that, yes, I will smile. Yes, okay. Because when I sat there as a student and the professors went on saying, states do this and that, and I said, no, they don't, you know, you're just copying what everyone has been saying, and I disagree. Now, it doesn't help your promotion as an academic if you disagree with a professor and you say talking rubbish, but you have to wait till you're in the position of power. So it was only when I became a full professor I could say, sorry, you're all wrong, you wasted your academic life, sorry, don't go and shoot yourself, but change your mind. Open your mind and see what's actually going on in the world. And have the courage to say what you see as being the truth. What you see is being conducive to peace. But the most important thing I must add, even if you frown here because I've exceeded the 2 minutes, is, you see, if you're proud of your roots, if you're proud of your identity, if you know where your roots are, based on the value of the family and the sovereignty of your state that doesn't want to be absorbed in a global machinery or in the super state of the European Union, then, you know, you will also assure peace. As John Paul II said, Jan Pavel II, who I think was a light in the darkness, you will only have peace if you have this security of your own identity and your pride in your roots and of your country. And you remember he kissed the earth when he went to a new country, because he showed the respect of the sovereignty of that other country. And you have so much, you Poles have so much to be proud of. And having suffered the humiliation not being allowed in the victory march when you did so much in the Second World War to help the Allies to win, you know, and taking those insults and say, fine, I forgive you, you know, let's start again. But, you know, you can be proud to be Poles because you have me as one of your most devoted admirers, because that's how the world should be, and that's how people should dare to speak up and start afresh. So I wish this university the best of luck, and I will do my utmost to contribute. Thank you.
Your Highness, thank you so much for your speech. It is a privilege, it's a true honor to have you here with us, to have you in our collegium. And I think that your speech was a great opening for our upcoming panel. Now I would like to invite all our distinguished panelists to take seats there. And the moderator of our panel, Mr. Jerzy Kwaśniewski. Now I would like to ask Mrs. Marion Maréchal, Dr. Gregor Puping, Dr. Gladden Paping, and Dr. Christian Maczek to take their seats. Szanowni Państwo, Rozpoczynamy panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're beginning the panel concerning the future of university. So please, our panelists are taking their seats. Ms. Marion Maréchal, Dr. Gregor Pupeng, Dr. Gladen Papin, and Dr. Christian Maszek, and Mr. Marion Smith. And the panel will be hosted by Mr. Jerzy Kwaśniewski. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us today in this panel dedicated to the future of the university. We already have heard the diagnosis of the situation of the cancel culture that threats our civilization, our cancel culture as the new utopia presented by Sohrab Ahmari, and also the wokeness as the disaster for the civilization as presented by Professor Frankopan, and the national identity, cultural identity, as one of the possible cures for this utopian disaster. But what is the future of the university? Let me say, Marion Maréchal, that your public career may be somehow perceived as a modern-day political philosopher's splendid isolation. After becoming France's youngest parliamentarian at the age of 22 and spectacular election results in regional council, a few years later you left party politics to focus on education and academy with an ambitious and already successful private academy, Institute for Social, Economic and Political Studies. As Ordo Iuris and Collegium Intermarium, we share this confidence that free academy with open-minded education and research programs may be in our times much more efficient way of reintroducing European root values to the public life. And in May this year, you wrote a great piece on Evergreen University. That was a pioneering institution implementing gender theory, LGBT activism, neo-feminism, decolonialism, cancel culture, countering white privileges. And in your piece, you presented the results of this ideological foundations and this ideological struggle, conflict, anarchy, leftist terror against management and teachers of the university. I would like to ask you for your own perspective on the sources of diverse but ideologically coordinated subversion of European culture. Subversion that threats also academia. And Marion, where are we heading? And why did you choose to counteract, not on a public level, but now with this new academic institution? That's also a lesson to be learned for Collegium Intermarium.
Alors vous m'excusez, je parlerai en français.
I will speak French, I'm sorry, but I hope it's okay for you. It's my type of hegemony, like usually French people do. Well, first of all, I think I like to precise semantically about cancel culture. I prefer rather not use cancel culture, which is cancel of annulation, but culture cancel, which is the annulation of the culture. Well, of course, we talk about boarding out the culture. As an intellectual Frenchman said, Taguieff, he has said about de-Westernization, with all those manifestments very detailed in the United States, but also in France. I would just give you one example. For example, we had demolished one of the statues. There was a debate, was it legitimate or not to commemorate Napoleon. And of course, very often we have a kind of terror, intellectual terror. when I talk about fighting against cancel culture, it's not only about talking about the university and its role, which is of course very important in transmission of knowledge, and I would like to explain myself, like ability to teach students to think and not just tell them what to think. But above that, this essential mission of transmission, but there is also the place to fight for our opinions, because if something is not well done, there will be like a kind of historic amnesty of generations of our culture and anti-culture. All this propaganda and ideology, and maybe next year it will be even more serious. And most of all, this is what we are want to cooperate with Collegium Intermarium. We want to defend the general culture and the classical culture, which is not only to be brilliant among people, but it's also a kind of tool, pedagogical tool, very strong to form leaders that have clear arguments, that have critical attitudes, they have the vision, like de Gaulle has said. He explains it very well, extraordinarily. And he says, the true study, this true school to study is the ideological study. The general culture, through this culture, the thought can fight against what is new, can perceive the essence of the law, and can find against ruptures. And talking about two people, about nuances, and they are not prejudiced one against another. And they are able to go above, beyond those differences. And this is a kind of fight for identity. And those people will be able to be true leaders and to renown, to make it new elites. And they will be one day big people in the state.
Thank you very much. That's our common goal for the Collegium Intermarium and your institution, your institute. And that's why the signed yesterday agreement on cooperation as a new foundation for this academic network that we jointly wish to create and to promote across Europe and the world. And especially this freedom as the future of university. Freedom from ideology also is so important. Gregor Popping, Director of European Center for Law and Justice, and since 2000 regularly serves as an expert representing the Holy See in committees of the Council of Europe, currently in the Committee of Experts on the System of the European Convention on Human Rights. Gregor Popping holds his PhD with a dissertation entitled The Author of Bioethical Norms, where he studied the elaboration of the norms at the crossroads of ethical, scientific and legal normatives. He has been made Cavalier della Repubblica by Italian government for his service in the Lauzi versus Italy case, a famous case concerning crosses, schools, and the Christian identity itself, and a Knight Commander in the Order of St. Gregory the Great. And most of all, our battle-proven friend and a lecturer at Collegium Intermarium, and a very effective participant of the public debate in Europe. Your recent report on the connections between NGOs and the judges in the Court of Human Rights showed the systematic problem of conflict of interests and was effective to block election of at least one of the candidates. What are the values and the general framework of education and research that would bring newly emerging academic institution this kind of much needed influence on public level in Europe? And what's your perspective on that?
Merci beaucoup. Je vais aussi parler.
Thank you. I will also speak French.
Je n'ai plus le choix.
I have no choice.
Donc, merci beaucoup.
Well, thank you very much, Collegium Intermarium, that I was invited for this visitation to know the organization, the foundation of this university. Of course, it's a big joy. Well, all the people here are very happy about being here and participate at this inauguration of this academic year. And thank all the teachers coming here. You have this kindness of present some of my activities that I have done in Strasbourg. Just to answer your question, what are the qualities? Recently, I have talked with one of the greatest professor of political philosophy in France. He teaches at social sciences in France, and he also has taught in the United States. And he said 1 year ago that nowadays it would be he wouldn't be chosen and a professor at this university, even though he is one of the glorious teachers, professors in this discipline. That now he would never have been chosen as a teacher, a professor, and it shows that in the next generation that has come, that there are more and more people who are identified and that think that are beyond the limits, beyond the boundaries of the academical thinking, beyond the academic system. This initiative that we have seen here seems a bit similar when we think about some people who are, well, strange cases, because they come from different cultures, different states. And you have gathered all these people from United States, Latin America, from Europe, just to found this university. So you have a university of big quality that gathers all the people who have been working beyond the limits of nowadays academic domain. I have talked to a different talk, French. What shall we do nowadays to serve your country, serve your society? His answer was, you have to found some islands of resistance, small places, farms of resistance, places where the intelligence, virtue can develop. In this desert of different ideas, this kind of islands, small places where the old ideas are kept. And it concerns also people like you, like Marion Maréchal, that create establishments, schools. And this kind of initiatives, through these initiatives, we will manage in the next years transform the love of truth and of knowledge. Many times we have talked about the formation of a new elite. And of course it's a kind of notion, a kind of hard notion nowadays, because nowadays an elite is quite commercial and it's something different. It's not the idea that join such studies as this place. So these elites have to gather people who are able to understand the world from above. When we talk about elitism, there's a kind of attitude. First of all, it's see and develop things of intelligence, comprehension, knowledge from above. This ability might be done only to people who are themselves in a very long tradition. And precisely the history, tradition, and the heritage that we have are our biggest value. It's an extraordinarily luxury situation when we see the richness of our culture. Very few people nowadays give the heritage of our culture. Sometimes in some religious Catholic life, maybe we can see this short vision of history of Catholic Church. But when we see the tradition, when we see the theology, also in philosophy, it gives a liberty, strength to analyze that is essential to elites. And this ability of understanding the modern society with all its heritage, with philosophy, the law, morality, theology, that gives the ability to react towards the modern world, to react with efficacy, even though there are some institutions nowadays, in order to get through those debates that are against us, because we have to have some tools to understand, to analyze this modern debate, and they come from an old tradition. In order to participate in this university, I'm grateful I can be here. You are here to give the students this vision of profoundness of history and tradition of the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gregor. And I too hope that being in those spheres of resistance, we will be able to seek the truth. That will be an effective way to pursue research and academic freedom. Professor Papin, I have a question for you, combined with one of your publications. And Gladen Papin, Associate Professor of Politics at the University of Dallas, visiting fellow of Mathias Corvinus Collegium in Budapest, deputy editor of American Affairs, and a senior advisor of University of Notre Dame's De Nicola Center for Ethics and Culture, where I myself had the opportunity to be a guest 2 years ago, member of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta as well. Last year in American Affairs, you wrote that it is evident that there is no institution within which the country's desperate interests can negotiate their differences with real consequences for political decision-making. But few would point to a Congress as a place where important interest groups like business and labor hash out and negotiate their interests with reference to common good. And of course you meant the lobbying groups and this imbalance between lobbyists and the population groups, but do you think that the rediscovered university and the freedom of academia may be the new place of coining the new social contract, new sphere of discussion, where what are the principal rules that will support this function of university?
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation, and it's great to see the rapid progress that Collegium Intermarium is making even since early this summer. It is common to lament that the culture of the modern university produces a weak and inadequate product. At elite American universities, the rigor traditionally found in many disciplines of the social sciences has now disappeared, replaced with a selection of research topics that involves less and less reference to the core commitments of European and Western civilization. Too much lamentation, however, about the disappearance of the true, the good, and the beautiful at the heart of education may blind us to the success of the contemporary university in doing what is asked of it. The university has, in fact, hardly failed, has not failed in adapting to the mission put before it. Today, the elite university is producing exactly the sort of person demanded by the economic and political society around it. In the United States, whose elite universities drive trends elsewhere, the heart of the economic political nexus lies in our technology industry. Although 15 years ago it was common for graduates of elite universities to rush into careers in finance and management consulting, today they rush into Silicon Valley to coveted jobs at Google, Facebook, Amazon, and Apple, companies that collectively dominate market movements in the United States. Unlike the manufacturing economy that went before it, the big tech economy projects its power through soft rather than hard power. When our most important industries become soft, when the sign of success became wearing a t-shirt during the eternal childhood of working for a tech company, the radicalization of the universities began to move much more quickly than it ever had before. To become a successful professional no longer meant, say, to complete the laborious, multi-decade process of becoming an accomplished chemist. It could be unlocked by running from Boston to San Francisco the day after your university graduation and immediately taking up a position of direct cultural influence by directing and manipulating the way that Facebook's billions of users think and perceive the world. The rise of woke culture and cancel culture, their eagerness to advance ever more absurd cultural and political doctrines and ruthlessly persecute those who diverge, are not merely unfortunate corruptions of an earlier university life that can be recovered merely by repeating what was once done before. For the big tech corporations that dominate modern life, the imposition of woke culture across the world is necessary in order to cement their economic dominance. In the West, the tech revolution has not led to some idealistic world in which everyone can become a software entrepreneur. It has led to a world in which extractive corporations that make little fundamental contribution to modern society insulate themselves from critique precisely by imposing ever more absurd doctrines. You're not allowed to question whether an economy based on the soft power of Silicon Valley is sustainable, useful, or genuinely strong. If you do so, you're definitely not focusing on whatever woke culture has decided is the most important current outrage or new doctrine. When our economy is dominated by these soft industries, when it can manufacture memes but not its own vaccines, the newest trends out of the universities immediately become relevant to how these corporations ensure their power. In responding to this situation, it's easy to make a shallow response that the university should simply return to what it once was. Unfortunately, the economic trends in place at the elite level make that extremely unlikely. I would like to suggest, however, two rays of hope that make a traditional university education focused on the truth able to thrive in the years to come. First, this current political economic order will not last forever. When the moment comes that it totters or collapses, the groundwork laid for the articulation of a proper politics will suddenly become important. The skills available from a responsible elite that love their countries will suddenly be required. We cannot predict when that moment will occur any more than we have been able to predict the many political and economic changes over the last 100 years. We have to develop the skills and knowledge of our students to be prepared for those opportunities when they arise, and even to create them and bring them about. Second, the form of education now creating the American and European technocratic elite is not useful everywhere. Not too many years ago, smaller and regional schools in the United States were insulated from the trends driving elite academia. In particular, technical universities in the United States produced competent engineers, doctors, and scientists for a variety of industries. Many, of course, still do. But as the dominance of big tech has intensified, its methods of education, the promotion of woke or highly politicized educational culture, serves only to entrench its interests and to disable the advance of others. In regions such as Central Europe, an alternative approach to education is still possible. Many of the cultural strengths now missing from America are present here. The woke ideology will only harm this region. In fact, it's designed to corrupt Poland, to make Central Europe weak and dependent. This university that you're starting will not merely have to be a place of freedom, but a place where truth can educate a successful elite. The same is true elsewhere outside of the key centers of corruption. In Lyon, ISEP is educating a managerial and entrepreneurial elite devoted to building industries that really strengthen the country. MCC, my hosts in Hungary, are doing the same, as is the University of Dallas and many others. But cancel culture cannot simply be canceled. We must shape a professional and political elite that can excel in the situations before it and can rise to the occasion in the years to come. As that process unfolds, conservatives in the United States and Western Europe are looking to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was the point, that we don't need a shallow response. We need an in-depth response, looking forward for new forms of education, new forms of research, new forms that will be a response to this new situation and new reality, and new tools, new technologies, and even in the face of the collapse of the system, we will be able to form the elites that will be crucial for our nations and our civilization to survive. Christian Maciek is representing today the Renovatio Institute, founded in 2019 and based in Augsburg. The Institute serves the common good by contributing to the preservation and renewal of its cultural foundations, by drawing on the richness of the heritage of Christian thought to find answers to the challenges facing this heritage and the cultural base. Members of the Institute come from all major Christian denominations. The geographical focus of the Institute's activities are German-speaking part of Europe, but the contributors also come from other parts of Europe and the world. Among members of the scientific board, advisory board, we may find Professor David Engels, our friend and lecturer at Collegium Intermarium. Christian Maciek is teaching political philosophy at International Seminary of the Fraternity St. Peter in Wigratzbad in Germany. And his recent publication is The Future of Religion in Secular Societies. We very much appreciate your involvement in today's conference. It is important to include also this very specific German-speaking word, perspective, especially here in Poland when we speak of development of new projects of regional meaning. And it is especially refreshing to hear from a German-speaking word about need for Christian revival of academia. Let me ask you, where should we look for inspiration? And what should be the role of the university in this future search for new inspiration, new grounds, new foundations for the revival of academia?
Thank you very much for having me here and letting me represent the German-speaking world. To give you a straight answer, there's one progenitor of our tradition, of our universities, which is Plato. If you look at this picture here, you can see the famous picture of Michelangelo, the Academia, Plato being pixeled there. I was told this is symbolizing the cancel culture. They've been cancelled, actually. I very much agree with that. And what can we learn from Plato? I think Plato made the same experiences we make today. He had to deal with the sophists who said politics is just about power, who said man is the measure of everything, And what they did was to corrupt the souls of the people, not being able to see reality anymore. So here we have a lot of traditions we can pick up on. And it's just been said, there's one little distinctions I can make, which you can easily make in German, between Bildung und Ausbildung. Ausbildung is just to obtain a qualification to have a job. Bildung is more, that's the formation. German we could also say the Menschenbildung, to be truly human, to see what our human potential is. And this is what we should do at the university. And all of this starts by asking the right questions. And I think these questions are not being asked. All those very human, fundamental, essential questions. And the political scientist Voegelin said there has been a ban of asking those questions, which he sees in positivism and Marxism. And those questions are, what is all about? It's all about what we're doing here. What is love also? What is freedom? What is the true meaning of freedom? And one important question is, of course, what is the good life? And this is the question, the core question of political philosophy. And I think it's very important that this university has been founded here, because in the post-communist countries there is still a longing for truth, to partake in truth, in the good and beauty. All those Platonic concepts which does not exist in Marxism, nor in neo-Marxism at Western universities, which are very atheistic. And the other thing people are spoiled by, also Plato said that already, it's wealth. I think we were far too wealthy in the West, where we have young spoiled children coming to university and leaving as young spoiled children. They don't get maturity. Spudaios would be the Greek word for that, to be a mature person, to take responsibility. Also, speaking about the German-speaking world, there's this ideal of Humboldt to be educated in freedom and responsibility. And to go back to the Greeks, they make this distinction between the theoria and the praxis. Praxis would be Ausbildung in German. The theoria, this real formation of humanity. And as you just realized probably, in the word theoria, you have the word theos, which is God. So here again, we should be reminded, Plato speaks about that, we have all the knowledge, we just have to remember it, the situation we are now today as well. And all these important questions are connected to God as well. So the dimension of faith is, should not be neglected, and there we get an important answer. And one important answer I want to point out that is that the one answer to the question of the good life is to live a virtuous life, what we could consider a character formation. And I haven't heard the word virtue, having studied in Vienna and other places, and it's not part of any Marxist concept as well. So I think this is something also one should focus on this new university. And from Plato, we also learned this is, everything is connected to this ultimate goals we have in life. So the theology, the goals we have, is also not part of scientism to have those goals. And well, one goal is to find the eudaimonia, the happiness, the true happiness. And also from Plato we could learn that we won't be freed from all the troubles of society if the true philosophers won't become the leaders. So the university should have a leading function for society, and namely also to better the citizens, to lift up the morality, or in the words of Plato, to pull the eyes of the soul out of the forest. So I think there's not much new under the sun, and we should just really remember our own tradition, go back, read those texts, read the classics, read the core text, and I hope this will be done here at the university. And maybe just one comment, I'm very impressed, I would be very proud to be Polish or Hungarian, just having heard the politicians speak here, this would be unthinkable in German-speaking countries. And it's very good that you have that support from the politicians, and I hope this will continue in the future, and I will do everything personally in my ability to support this project here, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And yes, we cherish very much this specific Central European character and identity that lets also our politicians to voice their identity, to voice their Christian affiliation, to voice also their opinions in a very open way on the protection of our identity, of family, of our nation states. We also turn to the youth as the addressees of our academic offer, and we speak of this new students that come to the new institution to find out the new ways to present the old facts, the old sources in a proper way to address the new generations. And Marion Smith, a president and CEO of Common Sense Society, who was executive director of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, he received his master's from Central European University to shortly land at the Heritage Foundation as a visiting fellow. His articles appeared in publications including USA Today, The Hill, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, Politico, National Review. And as a president and CEO of Common Sense Society, the Common Sense Society is a non-profit foundation promoting liberty, prosperity, beauty through education and public discourse. The fellowships, curriculum resources, publications, cultural programs, national campaigns that illuminate the enduring ideas that have transformed the course of human history to its better. You said about positive message promoting individual liberty, voluntary exchange, free enterprise, creative innovation, enduring art, and conservation of the natural world as your program as CEO of Common Sense Society. And upon the nomination as CEO of Common Sense Society, you told, we face a great challenge. A growing percentage of millennials, Generation Z, are falling for socialist ideas or becoming apathetic about politics and civic life. Today, we need less ideology and more thoughtful, free exchange of ideas. Common Sense Society will be a forum for ideas, and we also work to encourage and equip the young scholars, professionals, and parents who will defend our civilization, one home and one local community at a time. And that sounds to me as a clever strategy of countering cancel culture. Could you somehow elaborate on that, trying to show how the university, especially the newly emerging established University of Collegium Intermarium in the Intermarium region, may combine its efforts with this policy, with this approach to youth?
Absolutely, and thank you, and to the organizers. It's, as an American, a real honor to be here. You feel that civilization is alive and well at an opening of a new university founded with these principles here in Warsaw. And I would sort of answer your question by telling a little bit of my story and how I got here. You mentioned Central European University. I was a student there getting a master's, and I was president of the debating society. And, you know, my view of life at a university is that it's very much about ideas and free expression and instilling a culture of persuasion among students, which is the opposite of what we see, I think, on the commanding heights of entertainment industry, media, the universities, and too many large tech corporations and other companies, especially in the United States, which is a culture of coercion. And so, at the university back in 2008 and 2009, we would hold debates on pressing issues that students found interesting. Many of them were sacred cows of an early form of wokeism, I suppose. And we began to get some pressure. It also became, I guess, a source of light in the community there. This is prior to the election of Orbán being re-elected a year or so later. The socialists were in power. George Soros and his program was very much setting the agenda socially and politically, not only in Hungary, but in other countries of the region. We had in the United States President Barack Obama, with his effort to fundamentally transform the United States of America, very much an anti-traditional, anti-free enterprise, in my opinion, very much a sort of neo-Marxist approach to society and life. And so at our debates, we began to have local Hungarians, expats, students from other universities who were coming in, and it became a very fun and exciting place where persuasion and the competition of ideas and free exchange was on full display. Well, this created some problems in the administration and the faculty. And one debate that we had, which was basically the straw that broke the camel's back, was a debate in which we wanted to highlight the double standard in how the crimes of the Holocaust were treated in academic circles and the crimes of communist regimes. Obviously, that topic has great relevance not only in Hungary and here in Poland, but in dozens of countries in this part of the world. And set off a sort of thermonuclear bomb in the university, and it was for several weeks a top agenda item, and they began to, for insurance reasons, quote unquote, limit the number of people that we could have at our debates. Well, that was a beautiful spring April day in 2009, there in front of the Basilica, where the university building is in Budapest. And so we went out, pulled together some cafe tables in the square and held our plein air debate. And a few weeks later, we met, myself and several European students, and we established the Common Sense Society. Now, around that same time, Sir Roger Scruton has been mentioned already today. Around that time, I met him. My now wife, who was cooperating with Common Sense Society at the time, also met him. She was born and raised in Hungary. Her father was a part of the underground and dissident academic networks there. And we invited Sir Roger Scruton to come back and speak at some of our Common Sense Society events. And of course, Sir Roger Scruton had spent time in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, other countries in the 1970s and the 1980s. He would even carry in printer cartridges and copies of manuscripts in his luggage, trying to support the samizdat movement, the underground universities, the reading groups in Central and Eastern Europe. And when he visited and he learned about what was happening in this part of the world, he recognized a similarity that somehow, and he's written about this, somehow the totalitarianism that denied the free expression of ideas in a very visibly and physically coercive way under communism had somehow morphed. There was still a totalitarian impulse somewhere there, and this is very much my opinion, but it was a soft form of despotism, and it very much had made early inroads in the university systems. I experienced it in the way that I just mentioned, and yet that was a catalyst for something that has grown and hopefully will do our part to remedy the situation to some extent. I had the great pleasure a few months ago, after years of volunteering and us having a sort of underground network with fellowships and Sir Roger Scruton and others speaking at these events, hundreds of events, and developing a very wonderful alumni base. I had the happy pleasure of being named full-time CEO a few months ago. And so we're entering a sort of a 2.0 version of our activities, and we feel, especially in the United States, but also in some European countries, including Western Europe, that there is very much a demand for this. Just as an example, in the Netherlands, some of our Common Sense Society members there and alumni have started a new institute, the Amstel Institute for Science and Humanities. And they will move in the direction that you have successfully arrived at, which is providing alternative pathways of academic accomplishment. And so for all of those reasons, we at Common Sense Society are very happy to work with Intermarium Collegium. We hope to have many of your graduates as our fellows in coming years. I would just sort of apologize as an American also, because I do think that American culture, media, corporate life has been the vanguard recently of pushing this wokeism. And obviously this is a hot topic culturally, politically in the United States. And we will be especially active in the United States. But it does seem that every week we see a tenured professor or a lecturer or a journalist or a high-ranking corporate official who has to resign or retract a public statement or apologize. And, you know, as you mentioned, I've also spent a lot of time working with former and current dissidents from communist countries. And I spent some time in the former GDR, going through the Stasi records, learning about some of their methods of population control. And one that really stuck out to me, because I think it does give an example of this totalitarian impulse that shows up in different places, given what's possible. But the Stasi used something they called Zersetzung, which translated in English, I suppose, means deconstruction or decomposition. And the Stasis would identify a dissident student or someone who was potentially going to be unhelpful to the state, and they marked them. And that individual wouldn't have known that they had been marked, but small things in their life would start to go wrong. Their car would break down, their bicycle chain would be broken, a rumor would start about them at their university or in their workplace. If one of their family members was somehow vulnerable, they would be shifted to a new city or a new workplace. And the purpose of this was to basically cause a number of small things to go wrong in the life of that target, such that they would lose the psychological or moral will to care about ideas and politics and their society. And the effort was quite literally to destroy them as a functioning, independent, free-thinking person. I have to tell you that in the United States over the last year and a half, as elected officials allowed mobs to run around the United States and tear down statues, to vandalize small businesses, to set fires, and they refused in many states to counter it because somehow the US deserved it in some sense. Well, of course, anybody who understands the trajectory of how the Bolsheviks came to power or the Cultural Revolution in Mao's China knows very well that the same impulse that will tear down statues in that violent way will soon try to do the same thing to human beings. And so in the United States, we have benefited immensely, not only from Poles and Hungarians and others, but Vietnamese, Chinese, Russians who've come to the United States and found a place of refuge. Even now, this part of the world is a place of refuge for Hong Kongers who no longer live in a free state. But if we continue in this current path, where people deemed unuseful or a threat to this new orthodoxy, this new doctrine of postmodern, radical, atheistic, anti-traditional Marxist collectivism, if they totally take over here, we have no place to go. And so again, that's why it is so encouraging to see not only the success of MCC in Hungary, and Marion, your institute in France, and of course the university here, is because here in Warsaw you have the moral courage, you have the intellectual capacity, and you have the private voluntary philanthropy of individuals who understand what's at stake and are willing to create an independent, true university like this. So honored to be here, and we at Common Sense Society will do whatever we can to support your efforts and collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there is at least one issue that I would like. There is at least one issue I would like to ask you all for your reflections on that. Is there a potential for universities that reinvent the classical education, reinvent the objective truth, beauty, to somehow induce a new rebellion of youth, against the old 68 generation and its counter-values, this new culture of objectivist fundamental values. And this academic world able to induce this kind of movement that would be also attractive for these new generations you mentioned before. And how can we contribute to taking back new generations for the basic values of our civilization? The broad question, of course, but in fact it is why we are all giving our lives, our time for the academia and for the new generations. Would you like to? Marion?
Well, I think that if there are some schools like yours or our school, our institute, if they want to manage to fight with this challenge, to form this new youth, well, there is one more bigger challenge that we have to face. I will just speak about something a bit different, but it's related. I think it's essential to understand. In order to form this youth, we have to fight against this civilization of the red fish. What is it about? What kind of animal is that? It has 8 seconds attention. And in France, there was some research that the millennials, that the generation that was born after the 90s with a smartphone, they have a lesser and lesser capacity of concentration because their brain is zapping and is changing into a different formation. When we think about that, it's a really dramatic phenomenon in our society. We have to be aware that this young generation that we have to form, they are born with those screens. They are exposed to screens every day. And this overexposure, they are so willing to be in social media. And this means that their ability of concentration and of remembering is getting lesser and lesser. We face a new form of economy, which is one of those social medias. It's the economy of attention. What is it exactly? It's a kind of mixture of cognitive science, of science that neurology and marketing. And the objective, it is to catch at the maximal point the youngest generation. Their objective is to control their level of brain capacity, because their attention nowadays is what makes us, the big societies, to get a lot of money. And of course the consequences are much farther and on our lifestyle, because we have no time to think deeper, to reflect on something, to contemplate something. And of course, it's a very dangerous issue because it threatens the functioning of the democracy. We have no democracy that can go on without citizens that are aware, that are able to think, to concentrate, to remember. And of course, we have to, absolutely, our universities, to take part to preserve the brain of these young generations. So we have to preserve this brain, going against the mainstream. We have to develop some programs, some methods that would teach them to precisely conserve their memorization, their attention, to mobilize them, to use information, the information that they have memorized during their life and their educational life, because if we do not manage to do it through this way, well, it's not just university or the liberty, freedom that will be in issue, but it would be really the democracy, and I'm deeply convicted that this is one of the essence. Maybe it's not the essential part of this discussion, but I think it's really absolutely important to introduce this notion into our methods, into our goals of education, of formation. We have to defend it in our schools, but also more generally in a more above level.
Thank you very much. This ability of critical thinking, open-mindedness, is what we are looking forward for with our students. Professor Papin, Gladden?
If the question is about how to appeal to youths, and I think it gives us a choice about how we conceive of these types of institutions like yours. And so I would distinguish between the possibility of retreat and the possibility of regrouping. And I would say, retreat is something like, we're surrounded by cancel culture. We're surrounded by a degenerate culture. We need to just go somewhere where we can discuss Plato and Aristotle without being canceled. And that's a good intention, but it's not enough. Regrouping, the idea of regrouping is that you're retreating in order to return. You're creating a place where some special preparation can happen. I think people today feel powerless. The economic world that's driven by images that just wash over us and consume us all the time is one in which one maybe even designed to make us frustrated, powerless, dependent. So I think that framework might be useful for thinking about how to inspire people in this project. Is it just like the place of freedom, a breathing space out in the countryside? Everyone needs a country house that you can retreat to and kind of breathe a bit. But regrouping is a more aggressive concept. You have to make sure that it's pointed to something. And I think that might respond to and answer this feeling of powerlessness that people have. If we can really, in an important place like Central Europe, gather talent to take positions of influence and take positions of power, then you have an argument. Then you have something desirable.
Thank you very much for this insightful words. And I would like to ask you, Gregor, for your perspective on this regrouping in the context of those spheres of resistance you mentioned before. From your perspective and from the perspective of human rights system of Europe, is the possibility of one huge sphere of resistance of Intermarium region of the countries of Central Europe may influence the development of human rights. If we are able not only to create a separate enclave of Collegium Intermarium, but this sphere that will be influenced by the proper perspective of human rights of the whole region, how would it influence the general perspective on human rights in Europe and then globally?
Oui, alors il faut voir les choses à court terme ou à,
we have to watch in a short and long perspective.
The situation
when we
short term and long term. You mentioned before, as introduction, the Lozzi case versus Italy regarding the crucifix. And it is true that 10 years ago, we succeeded in forcing the European Court of Human Rights to reconsider the Lozzi case and to rule that the presence of crucifix is legitimate in schools, in public schools, state schools in Italy. We could manage that because we gathered the support first of the Catholic Church, secondly of the Orthodox Church from Moscow and other countries like Romania, and a number of countries and governments. So in some extent we won politically because we had sufficient support. We won also legally, but our arguments, we could say, were not fully convincing in terms if you consider those arguments within the general framework of human rights. So yes, you can have short-term victories through politics, but you will not have a long-term victory only through politics. The main, of course, issue is anthropology. And it is the anthropology that determines the content of human rights. And as long as the individualist, materialist anthropology dominates a country, it will fall within this interpretation of human rights. So yes, the most important is to present, to understand, to expose a good understanding of the human anthropology, the human nature. And this is the way to preserve. More generally, it has been said that Europe is too wealthy. Yes, one of the keys is really to identify and to agree on the ultimate good. Are we just willing to get more power, more wealth, or are we willing, maybe like the Irish people have become very wealthy very short time, so it has changed their anthropology. Or are we willing to have more happiness and harmony? And so this, for the politicians and for institutions, is really the main question. You know, so many universities are training the students to get more power, to be more wealthy in the future, more successful. Whereas if you want to preserve the culture, you have to, I think, to propose to your students to be more happy, to have a harmonious life. And this is the way to understand the proper human anthropology, human nature, and at the end, to preserve interpretation of human rights.
Thank you very much. Yes, what we observe for years now is this slow subversion of human rights. Slow subversion of human rights by alternative anthropology, with alternative anthropology, with false anthropology being developed and introduced into the human rights system by new alternative sources of law. And yes, I hope that our common joint efforts will be the proper response for that on a global scale as well. And just the last question concerning the national identity in academia. What is the role of national identity in academia? What is the role of national perspectives in academia? Is it a natural perspective that should be present in the academic world in Europe and globally? And I would like to ask this question to Christian Maciek, because I was very much inspired by your German-speaking word attitude of the Inaugural Institute. Very proper approach, I believe.
Well, I may try to answer the first question about the youth. The problem is a big part, at least in the West, the schools, where there are teachers who have been to university. So one approach is, as you have in the US, to have the homeschooling, and another possibility is to have more private schools. I was so lucky to have participated in the upbuilding of a new Catholic school, which has emphasis in its curriculum on virtues. So this is one solution. And the other thing, it has been mentioned already, I think we should be very aware that we are in a war. It's a battlefield. There is an enemy. We should not be naive about anything, and this enemy just wants destruction. And one idea of the university is disputatio. We're willing to have a discussion, talk about anthropology. What is it you're talking about here? Let's ask those questions. And I think the youth, basically, they have those experiences. They have a common sense, and they think about what's life. And unfortunately, later when they go to university, they're indoctrinated by false ideals. To go back to Renovatio, yes, what we could think about, one theme of Renovatio is the cultural resilience. What does it take to survive or to have a civilization? And that's exactly what we're all doing here. And you also mentioned the national state. Well, yes, the university always is in a political body. So there's an interaction, also Platonic idea, interaction between the virtuous people and the society as a whole. And we should, of course, try to have an influence on the whole as virtuous people. And yes, well, I just mentioned, I think you're very lucky here. Yes, having made this communist experience, I would just repeat myself, and we don't have this in the West yet. We speak about all the same things. You had Marxism, we have neo-Marxism. One book I can recommend, by the way, being here in Poland, the book of Professor Legutko, The Demon of Democracy. I think this is one of the most important books of our times, where he analyzes the similarities, and I think we still have to catch up here in the West. We didn't have made the experience, especially where I'm from Vienna. They still think socialism is a good idea. And well, just maybe one last thought, going back on Socrates. He was provocative, yes. He had a good wife who supported him in being the man he was. And by the way, he was also a soldier. And yes, we'll go out there, as Mel Gibson once said in one of his movies, to pick up a fight. Let's have the argument. We should be self-conscious enough and be brave enough. It's also important virtue.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have this common Central European experience of communism, of totalitarian regimes, both of the German Nazi occupation and then the communist domination over the region. And especially those 50 years of communist domination probably made us much more closer to each other, and prepared for the common projects like the Collegium Intermarium, prepared also for the common identity projects that would rise the region as the more unified actor on the public sphere. We have just a few minutes left, so if you have any additional comments or the final remarks, please take your microphones and voice your opinions as the final touch. Marion Smith.
I would just say that in general I try to be a pessimist, but I can't usually keep up. But on the question of, the new generation, I do think there are some glimmers of hope. And in the United States, we have polling and surveys that show that Gen Zers, so the generation after millennials, tend to be a little bit more independent-minded. You also now are seeing what a lot of young families who would be, many of them millennial parents, they are behaving in a much more entrepreneurial way for the education of their children. You mentioned homeschooling. Right now we have 14% of American families who are homeschooling, and also quite a large percentage that are in classical or private or parochial schools. And so this differs a little bit from state to state in the United States. I know that many of you are working to make sure that there is greater educational freedom and opportunity in Europe, which is a vitally important concept. But because of these things, I do believe that in the sort of waste of our Western culture, which is if you're in your 20s or early 30s, that's how you've sort of been conditioned to think about your tradition, your history, your country. I do think that there is the possibility of discovery. You know, we do still live in the freest, most prosperous countries the world has ever known. And there are reasons for that. We got here through a path-dependent process, and ideas have consequences. And I do think that discovering those principles, realizing how good we have it, both in history and comparing ourselves to populations around the world today, will be a source of hope. And it also allows, you know, younger people like to be a dissident or a rebel or somewhat against authority. It's just sort of in the nature of being a younger person. And now that can work to our advantage in a more conservative or classically liberal way. And I also think that's a tremendous point of hope. But it does require speaking the truth, and there will be some collateral damage for that. There will be careers that are cut short. There will be new institutions that have to be formed. But unless the truth is voiced and the history is talked about, they won't be able to recognize the truth in what's being said. And then lastly, I would just say that whereas 10, 15, 20 years ago, it was very clear that globalism was ascendant and all the energy was there, I do think that for a lot of reasons, nationalism is ascendant. And that's probably both the good forms and the bad forms of it. And you do have the People's Republic of China, which is also pushing neo-mercantilist economic policy around the world. They are behaving in a much more nationalistic or imperial way. And they have also revealed the hypocrisy of a lot of our woke elites in the West, who had a greater concern about, you know, transgender pro-policies in North Carolina than they did about Uyghur genocide in China. And you have many examples of Chinese companies and American bureaucrats or business people working together to silence the free speech, even of American citizens in the United States, on the question of China. So I think there are, for a lot of reasons, it's a moment of clarity, and the internal logic of wokeism, it's an ideology which is in many respects the opposite of common sense. And so their internal logic, I think, prevents them from being prudent, and there's been a lot of overreach. And so I think it's a moment of clarity, and we can use that to our advantage as well.
Thank you. Yes, just commenting on your thoughts about generations, we all hope that we will be able to somehow support this generation T, generation truth, that will be educated, that will collaborate, that will create this new academic sphere in Europe, that we are all engaged in, both panelists and auditorium of today's conference. Thank you very much for your insightful thoughts during the panel. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much for this time of this panel on the future of academia. We all hope that both Collegium Intermarium and its international partners and network will be able to show this way, the path towards the new academia, and just invoking Gregor thought about short and long-lasting goals. It is, of course, a long-lasting goal, and we will be able to evaluate our successes in 20 years or 30 years when this new generation T will be among us and will be the students and the faculty of Collegium Intermarium. Thank you very much.
Halo, halo. Szanowni Państwo, jeszcze raz chciałam bardzo podziękować.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the chairman of the Institute Ordo Iuris and the leader of the Trustees Committee on Collegium Intermarium for hosting this panel, and our great panelists for a very inspiring discussion showing the challenges and opportunities that the academia is facing nowadays. And now I would like for the speech by Dr. Józef Zych, Speaker of the Parliament of the second term, on constitutional identity of the Intermarium region. It was his signature under the original Polish constitution that we have the honor to receive here. So it's a great honor for us. Our speaker is also a member of our professors, and the floor is yours.
Dear Rector, magnificent ladies and gentlemen, dear students, I have took up this topic because of two reasons. First reason, when we were starting our works on the Constitution, in Poland the case was very much complicated. We were just entering after years of being dominated, and we had many problems to resolve. At that time in Poland, there were 29 group parties. In Vatican, we had our member from Poland, and there was a very big movement of solidarity, great expectations of the society that we have to lead towards the fact that our historical experience and mostly of the recent years, they should be realized. And it means sovereignty, legality, democracy. And it happened that during the last 2 years of the works over the constitutions, I was the chair of the National Assembly. So it was the time of the most intense work. And before, I was the chair of the Commission of Regulatory Commission of our Assembly that was supposed to prepare a new regulation in new conditions. It's true that in the March Constitution in the 1921 we had some regulations concerning the National Assembly, but in this case the situation was completely different. We had to prepare regulations that were reflecting the modern situation. And I will remind you that we had 7 projects of the Constitution. And among those, 2 private projects that could not be taken into consideration because we adopted the regulation that 3 people could start the work over Constitution. Such as 3 parties, the president of the Polish president, the assembly, and when it came to start the works, we had in the after-war decades this Senate, the higher chamber and the lower chamber. And At the beginning, there were no special concepts how to do it. We had two different commissions. Senate and Sejm had their own. And we came into agreement. And in the Sejm and the Senate, there were 8 clubs and 12 groups. So we can just imagine the diversity of opinions and expectations. And in such situation, we got into the conviction that we are working, and the Constitutional Commission works over 7 projects. But a very important case was that how to face practically this new topic. Shall we read all the projects one after another, debate, or are we supposed to work out just one project that would take into consideration all the most important solutions? And here the expectations, I must say, were completely different, and different of this vision, how to get into an agreement. And ladies and gentlemen, we got into this agreement. Today, the constitution from the 2nd April of 1997 is one of the constitutions that is considered as a compromise. I would just remind you that over the last debate of the Constitution, and later, the last time we had like 3 readings before agreeing to this Constitution, there were 200 PM, 500 amendments were risen, and many other minority conclusions. And never in Poland, nobody has ever heard that the regulation has been broken of the assembly, and there were no limits concerning the PM members' speeches. And even more, I remember very well a moment in which there was a citizen civic project raised, supported by Solidarność, because the speeches were made only by those clubs that have given those projects. Hence, with Krzaklewski, which was the president of Solidarność, we were sitting all together from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. to work out a kind of compromise, because it was risky. Will we manage to agree on this constitution or not? And there was one more rule adopted, even during the round table considered, that this constitution should be given, there should be a referendum, a national one, to hear the opinion of the nation. So we really had to work clearly and resolve all different opinions, and it was a very big problem. For example, the preamble to this constitution. Well, many parties, many groups, even one that I was a member of, PSL, was standing that there should be some reference to God. But, of course, those from the left, they had a different opinion. And I want to say that there were 8 projects of the preamble. Can you imagine what were the expectations so that this preamble to the Constitution includes all the most important values about which we were, for which we were fighting, and we insisted on. So you can imagine that it was a very complicated issue, how to put together 2 different visions of the country. From the one hand, we knew the stand of the church. Problems. The Polish president, Lech Walesa, had his own representative. And when he came from the United States, he asked me for a discussion, and he showed me his own vision. At this time, when he was the president, he thought that in such a complicated situation, he should be on the head of the Sejm and Senate of two assemblies. Of course, we could not accept that, because it would be an exception, a rupture, where we mix the notion of the PM, the senator, and the president. And another very important problem that was important to Wałęsa was the issue of so that the civic project would be raised altogether by 100,000 citizens, and the National Assembly did not accept. So the final resolution was that, okay, there can be a civic project, but there have to be 500,000 signatures. And it gained almost 1 million of votes. So it was a very high support that we got. But very often, when I was speaking at the Assembly, for example, for the 20th anniversary of adaptation of this constitution, we had a conference. There was a question, how did it happen that you managed? Ladies and gentlemen, but at that time, there was social trust, and the Sejm had 70% of support of the nation. Recently, I have written an article. Is it possible for the Polish Assembly to get this kind of support from the society? And this was the decisive point at that time. But now, when I read many opinions, I hear about them, I see that some facts, especially those referring to the preparation of the constitution, are not very satisfying in their details, because many people, and I understand that, speak out, but they are not inside, they are not the participants. I have to say that, I'm sorry, for 7 years I've been working over this constitution, and later when we adopted it, I was still in the Assembly. I was the chair, the president of the constitutional responsibility, and I could see and I could follow how it was working, and I ended up as a member of the Constitutional Tribunal. So I have the right to speak out and to underline the problems that were at that time. One of the issues that was also very difficult was the problem how to conciliate the project of Solidarność, the civic one that was supported by the society, and also the stand of the church. Very often, there were situations in which we had to there were references to the words of John Paul II over the constitution. What did he say about that? How the Polish bishops were tackling this issue. But in order to show you the truth and who had the right to speak, to take the floor, I will just quote the words of the Archbishop Kowalczyk, which was later he's a reliable person, and I'm sorry, there are some reference to my person where I had this kind of luck that with John Paul II I could have met very often, and for Poland there were very important problems, works over the constitution, the concord between Vatican and Poland, when the whole world was watching us and was expecting what will happen in the homeland of John Paul II. And we had also some situations when we were when we wanted to enter the European Union, NATO, and they were also referring some not correct stance of the Pope, that he was against the Union. And of course, this is why I also made a kind of resume on the Pope's way, his words, over Polish way to the European Union. And these are important cases, important issues that influenced how we could work at that time and react. Ladies and gentlemen, I had many direct contact with the Pope, and at that time not many people had these opportunities. In my book, my meeting, 13 Blessings and my meetings with John Paul II, there are documents, there are some resume, but even though many people many times asked me, I have never revealed my tête-à-tête with the Pope. Of course, I revealed some things after speaking with the Pope, but it was the letter of Pope to Brezhnev that was a kind of prediction before the entering of Brezhnev to Poland, and this is these are the words of the Nuncius Kowalczyk, Bishop Kowalski, Nuncio. Well, these words are not only referring to the mission of the John Paul II and his care of the Church and the Polish Church, but also I would like to show you the contact of Marszałek Zych with the Pope that were because of both their common care for the Constitution, the good of the homeland, the country, to honor every man and every family that is the most basic part of the nation, about the concordat that would regulate the relationships between Vatican and Poland. And the Archbishop Kowalik, in order to do that, there were meetings between different environments. There were no such a situation that when someone wanted to talk, some kind of branch, they were not accorded this kind of speech and discussion. We met with many representatives from different countries, especially with Cardinal Józef Glemp, with the nuncio in Poland, and the representatives of different churches and religions. So there were no limits, no limitation. Ladies and gentlemen, in the much complicated mosaic of different, we had to appeal to the tradition of our nation, because and other constitutions, this is the 7th constitution that we have, but the first one that the nation has adopted in a referendum. We had a really beautiful examples, the 3rd May Constitution from the 1921, but we also had some negative examples, such as 1935, and 2 small constitutions, so-called, after getting our sovereignty, 1919 and 1982. This kind of work was for the many generations. We had to catch up, and we had to take into consideration that for 200 years we had no own country. We had to take into consideration different international conditions and influences that were present at that time. The first thing, from the point of view of our cooperation, international cooperation, were contacts. And I remember that, for example, when we were discussing over very popular saying, moment of the Constitution, I remember that in the States and in Israel, that had the biggest experience about this moment. I remember discussions about that with them. I remember at the United States Congress with the representatives chamber, And I remember also those discussions in Europe. We wanted to base ourselves on the French constitution experience. I remember talking with the president of the assembly, Philippe Seguin, with a spiritual leader, and with Bernard de Gaulle. I was talking also with our exquisite with Giedroyć, who was the creator of Kultura Paryska, and with many, many others. And this cooperation was very fruitful and beneficial, like, for example, with the Italian parliament, presided by Violante. But when it comes to European contacts, of course, we were cooperation, very close cooperation with the German parliament that was seated by Zysmunt, and the crucial point was the cooperation with the European Parliament that was headed by a great politician, German politician Klaus Hens, and he had a very important role. Well, first of all, he was influencing the Polish-German cooperation, and later he came to Warsaw after our constitution. He accepted the invitation to work over the European constitution. When 105 people were working on such a preparation, unfortunately, it did not enter into life because it was not adopted in France and in Netherlands, unfortunately. So this cooperation was important, was also associated to other problems, because we had to cooperate with Moros, and at that time they did not have problems with constitutions in a democratic way. But at the same time, we wanted to talk also about some topics important for the Polish, like some cemetery for Polish victims in Lwów. We were also cooperating with Lithuania about the Polish orthography. Well, there were many problems about that, and it turned out that we managed to do it. And I'm really happy that there were some ambassadors, a lady from Slovakia. With Gasparowicz, it was a great cooperation, the same with Zeman, and with Fischer from Austria. There were PM members that really understood that our way, our identity is the same, is in common, because the basic goods are taken into consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, there were some moments that were really touching. I remember such a moment when the 29th of December 1989, so after the first elections, from the constitution we were taking out the words of People's Republic. We had no left or right. All the members of the National Assembly were happy to take off those words. But of course there were also difficult moments when the cross, we had to introduce it into the hall at night. There were also tragic situations. I would give an example of the unrightful, talking about Oleksy cooperation, about Chrzanowski, the second marshal, which was a great professor, and he was said to collaborate with the communists. I remember when I was replacing him because he was somewhere away, and they gave, when he came back, he got two letters, sorry. And I remember very well this man. and they were working on some kind of issue, and I never understood and never trusted such words, because I trusted this person and not those bad words about him. Well, he was charged for some. There were some charges against Chrzanowski, and I was reading those acts. And when I gave a summing up of those acts to the assembly, there were no single question, no single hesitation or doubt, because at that time the assembly did not understand, did not take into consideration that there could have been something incorrect or something improper, and it turned out to be a very big harm made to Marszałek Chrzanowski, those bad words about him. But I have to say that our nation at that time passed the exam, because the expectations when the constitution was adopted, we did not know if it would be adopted or not. There was such a conception that the referendum should also be given two projects, the national one and the one given by the assembly. But of course, finally, we did not accept such a solution. We also had a different time when we decided, when we were working on regulations of works on the Constitution, when we gave possibility of the partial referendum on how it should have looked like. If we accepted such a situation at that time, so soon there would be a constitution adopted, because there were many issues and topics to be resolved. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy that I can talk about it, I can tell you about it. But first of all, these circumstances of creating this constitution must be known, but they must be honestly presented without any ideological, political influence. We should talk about expectations, about the directions that it was given at this time. It was essential and the core of this works over the constitutions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is impossible to talk about the constitutional identity without reminding you what is the constitution. Most of all, when we talk about constitution, we understand a legal act, a formal act that we define as a basic act for the highest importance that regulate the society, the political rules. So it's the cardinal rights that are taken all together, and they guarantee the functioning of the society, and they give the liberty to the society. It's in the highest place in the whole ladder of legal acts, and it's above all other acts. And it is very particular because of its formal features, like the name, constitution, the method of adopting it, and the system. Nowadays, there are only some exceptions, and like it was in Germany, the 1949 constitution is called differently. All kind of types are named of constitution, and of course I'm talking about European countries. In the past, in Poland, we were using State Act or Carta in France. About the constitution, we can talk when we have a written legal act. What is the identity? Michał Żółkowski, in his book, this reflection on constitutional identity is not new. Disputes about its various understandings or elements have taken place both among the Viennese legal theory. In the turn of 19th and 20th centuries, the German constitutionalism of the interwar period and the post-war French constitutional thought. As it is generally acknowledged, the notion of constitutional identity is indebted to Jacobson works and Rosenfeld works. These authors presented their views on the definition of constitutional identity. There are some common elements in the works of these scholars. One of them is the dynamic view of constitutional identity. It is, according to them, it's a feature of a political community or an entity holding constitutional power. According to Jacobson, since this constitutional identity is a feature of the constitutional subject, in these approaches, it does not depend on the existence of one single normative act of constitutional rank, but is a consequence of the existence, in particular, of constitutional law in a broad sense. For example, constitution, customs, and also conventions. The reconstruction of constitutional identity requires taking into account the tensions that exist between the historical text and the social context in which the text is in force. So if the creation of a constitutional identity takes place not only on constitutional provisions but also on the experience of history, for example, guaranteeing the sovereignty of the state, the inviolability of human dignity, freedom of religion, the constitutional experience, it is difficult to look for unchangeable boundaries of the identity of the constitutional subjects. There are also transplant models established in other states. For instance, in Central European countries, the solutions concerning have been adopted from the German model of a strong centralized constitution control. Concerning the constitutional judiciary, in the case of Poland, this refers to the constitutional tribunal. The identity of these approaches varies over time. Nowadays, the study of law, especially of constitutional law, we distinguish 5 fundamental contexts in which the concept of constitutional identity plays an important or even central role. Thus has said Polzin among these 5 contexts, the most important or have the second, the fourth, and the fifth. The second context concerns the permissibility of a state, the subject of international law, to invoke the need to protect its own constitutional identity in order to justify its reservations to an international agreement, like we have nowadays in the tribunal, a similar case. In the fourth context, the constitutional identity is treated as a feature of a political community, for example, a nation that is expressed in the constitution, but also shaped by it in the historical process. In the fifth context, attention is drawn to the fact that it is continually created in the process of applying the constitution. For example, formally in Hungary and informally in Poland, transformations of constitutional significance have recently revealed a new context of reflection on constitutional identity, the so-called constitutional populism. In connection with the EU membership of Central European states, among others Poland, an argument has been put forward proposing to replace the notion of constitutional identity with a reflection on common constitutional standards of the EU members. As it was well noted by Dominika Harashimiut, National and Constitutional Identity on the Fifth French Republic. The concept of constitutional identity was introduced into the legal language by the practice of European constitutional courts. The issue appears in the jurisprudence in the context of the relationship between the EU legal order and the constitutional orders of the member states. It is worth noting that the term constitutional identity was used for the first time by the French Constitutional Council. So it was the French Constitutional Council in its decision 27th of July 2006 relating to the Directive 2001 and 29 EC of the European Parliament and the Council 22nd of May 2001 on the harmonization of certain aspects of copyright and related rights attached referred to the European society. It should be emphasized that the relations between the EU law and the national order from the perspective of the Court of Justice of the EU are defined by the principle of the primacy of European Union law over national law. The constitutional identity deserving an in-depth analyzing concerns such EU members as the Czech Republic, Hungary, France, Italy, Spain, Austria, and Germany. Jarosław Sułkowski, discussing national and constitutional identity of the Czech Republic, claims that the national identity is defined by common history, language, territory, common social and economic institutions, authorities, common beliefs, similar formation of values of the members of the nation, self-consciousness, and common faith in the development of the nation in the future. This author, as it were, identifies national and constitutional identity. In Italy, the attention of legal doctrine and the Constitutional Court of the Italian Republic was directed to the question, what should the catalogue of rights and principles defining the essence of the constitutional identity of the state should look like, and at the same time, what should be its inviolable borders of the so-called external influences. The Austrian legal theory developed a model in which it was possible to isolate the constitution, the unalterable norms that constitute the constitutional identity of the state. This Austrian doctrine of constitutional law distinguishes between constitutional norms in the formal and material sense. The doctrine emphasizes above all the concepts of legal positivism. In a hierarchically structured system of law, the Constitution sets the formal framework for further normative processes and also independently determines how it is amended. In the United States and Israel, the discussion concerns the constitutional moment and is inextricably linked with the historical development of the culture and constitutional order of those states. In the Polish science of constitutional law, it has become an impulse for research on constitutional identity. Was the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Tribunal. Among the studies on the issue of constitutional identity, an important place is occupied by such publications as The Concept of the Constitutional Identity, How to Understand the Change in the Constitution of those norms, how it was given, and also regard the European law. In the Polish science of constitutional law, the main premise that triggered the consideration of constitutional identity became the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Tribunal. The Constitutional Court examined the compatibility of the Treaty of Lisbon with the Constitution of the Republic of Poland and the derived law of EU. In these proceedings, the Constitutional Court formulated the limits for the process of European integration and guidelines for the conduct of public authorities involved in the EU legislative process. In this case, the Constitutional Court has referred to the judgments of the German Federal Constitutional Court and the jurisprudence of the French Constitutional Council. At this point, I would like to emphasize in a very special way that while preparing the draft of the Constitution of the 2nd April 1997, we had many meetings and many discussions. And also when it comes from professors of law, we had 50 researchers, and they were as our meritorical help. Ladies and gentlemen, the doctrine emphasizes that in the jurisprudence of the Polish Constitutional Tribunal, the constitutional identity in constitutional context occurs in three meanings: as subject and object identity or equality. If in the jurisprudence of the Polish Constitutional Tribunal refer to the constitutional identity, it should be emphasized that the Constitutional Tribunal uses this expression in two contexts, an internal one and external one, where the external one is limited exclusively to the relationship between constitutional law and EU law and does not include international law. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, when we talk about the meaning, about the ideology, identity, we can talk a lot. But in my opinions, only reflections over those issues without taking into consideration the culture and the context, without the history, would be an unsure way and not a complete way. I'm very sorry that I can't share with you many other thoughts and interesting facts and data from the period of working over the Constitution. I can only say that it was adopted with a very high majority of votes. Only 40 people were against and 6 did not vote. And in the referendum organized by the Polish president, the 25th of May 1997, for the adoption of this constitution, over 52% of people that were voting were for this. There were no limits. Of course, everybody could vote. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Szanowny Panie Marszałku, bardzo dziękujemy za wykład.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this lecture, which shows how complicated, how complex process was this process of adopting our constitution and drafting it. I would like now to invite everyone for the lunch break.
Dziękuję i do zobaczenia.
Until 3 p.m. Thank you.
16 oczywiście.
Excuse me, a tiny mistake, until 4 p.m., of course. After the break, we would like to start the next session of our conference. We would like to begin with something extraordinary, namely the speeches by our students who would like to share their perspective on the topic of our conference today, how to combat the cancel culture. So first I would like to ask Ms. Joanna Kos, a laureate of the and a student of our first grade in our university.
Ladies and gentlemen, truth is a concept that every human being understands intuitively. It's a subject of private as well as physiological considerations. From the perspective of a young person, the search for the truth can be a process of shaping one's thinking, identity, and worldview. For me, this process consists in perceiving the relations between the heritage of previous generations, the Christian heritage, the Polish culture, and the contemporary world. It is a constant attempt to understand the world that is around us and its diversity by listening to the experiences of other people, observing public debate, and reading books or publications on the internet. It's extremely difficult to search for the truth because of the danger of today's world, in which there are attempts to take away the metaphysical element from human beings. Sometimes basic moral values are denied, the moral values are sometimes denied, the traditional definition of family is negated, and non-committal and selfish lifestyle is imposed, which it turns to the loss of the unique character of a cultural community, regional and civilizational community. All this makes the search for truth increasingly difficult over time, especially for young people. Many people find it easier to accept unreflectively the words they hear and to lead a life focused on momentary pleasures. I am sure, however, that there are people who want to go beyond the patterns and remind society of what has been forgotten to discover the truth before it. The culture of Latin Europe was founded on the heritage of Roman law, Christianity, and the Greek culture. They formed certain values which became the basis of the search for truth. These values have remained unchanged for hundreds of years, but the attitude of society towards them, yes, has changed. In a situation where constructive debate leading to the knowledge of truth, extremely negative emotions towards the professed worldview dominate, it is more and more difficult to listen and be heard. Not infrequently in current discussions, the notion of truth is used instrumentally to gain advantage, to achieve domination over the interlocutor, as well as to get some benefits, personal ones. The academic community lacks the place for truthfulness. There are no places in the academic community here through development, learning, and experience. However, there is a group of people who recognize the problem and want to work together to create such a place. We, young people, are only at the beginning of the road that goes to the truth. Despite this, we are determined to take part in the project Collegium Intermarium. We hope that this university will become a place where we will seek the truth, and we will achieve this by moving away from mass teaching to tutoring and a master-student relationship. Looking from my own perspective, Collegium Intermarium, compared to other Polish universities, is distinguished from other Polish universities by a return to tradition of free academic debate, the aim of which is to jointly look for the truth. I'm glad I can return to this tradition and participate in this return. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Joanna, for your speech, for your confidence in our university, and we are very grateful that you are here among us. And now I would like, for his speech, Mr. Maciej Bukowicki, who received a prize in a rhetorical competition this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, I would like to apologize to the students of Collegium Intermarium for having such a representative like me. It wasn't my idea. Moreover, I would like to point out that despite my young appearance, I do not feel that I'm a representative of the youth, of the young generation. Therefore, please treat my speech as rather as a collection of personal reflections, which do not have to be an authoritative diagnosis of the young generation. And I would like just to tell something. The topic was looking for the truth from the perspective of a young person. And this is what I'm going to focus on. I would like to start, we should start, what is the truth? Well, of course, this question was posed many times here. And some time ago it was also given by a Roman soldier to some Nazarene men, and there was no answer at that time, and maybe this is because Pilate did not wait for this answer, but not because he knew the answer, but rather because he did not know the answer, and he assumed that Jesus did not know it as well. The Pilate was a very well-educated man, and even there are 2,000 years between us, I would risk the opinion that also nowadays many very well-educated, very wise men still don't know, or at least they are not convinced, what is the truth. And the situation of a young person is much the same. This kind of person also does not know. Me too. But the fact that we don't know, it's not so horrible. The worst is that a young person doesn't want to know. The truth is nowadays not very attractive, it's not useful. We don't need it. More and more information we just accept by a kind of authority, what is also very often the screen. And I'm not talking about the truth in the philosophical way, but the basic one, which is the truth of the information which is given. Is it correct? Who has written something? Who has said something? What were the arguments? What were the sources that he was basing himself on? No, it is only for experts. Moreover, when any kind of information we like, we don't want to verify it because we don't want it to turn out false. And it's a kind of intellectual effort to accept that something that we believed in, that we were convinced to, turned out to be false or the reverse. Just to sum up, I think that what is nowadays the biggest problem in the search for the truth of the young person is indifference and naivety, because we are naive, many of us. We have possibilities that we don't want to use. We have the knowledge. Many young people have a very big knowledge. Maybe I'm an exception, I'm not talking about myself, but many people from my generation are very intelligent. They have a big knowledge from different disciplines, but we cannot turn it into wisdom. And we are naive. And just like Pilate did not wait for the answer to this question, then now we nowadays do not ask this question at all. And this is my opinion. Here I see a kind of task also for the university to initiate this interest for looking for the truth in a young person, and later to recognize it, and which is even more important, to recognize the falsity. Because we can search for the truth a very long time and not necessarily find it, but with falsehood we will certainly meet, we'll face it regularly, and we have to know, to recognize what is good and what isn't good, what isn't beautiful and what isn't true. And all I have said, it is just my opinion. I might be wrong, and maybe it does not have a lot in common with the truth. Thank you.
Panie Macieju, bardzo dziękujemy za
Thank you very much for this great inspirational speech.
Jeszcze raz dziękujemy za
I'd also like to thank all our students to have confidence in us, in our university, and we hope that we will make true everything, all the hopes that you have invested in us. I would love to make this university a real sphere for the pursuit of truth. Now I'd like to introduce a speech by one of our distinguished guests, Professor Adrian Vermuele, Professor of Law at the Harvard School of Law, who is also going to speak how important is the truth, not only in the academic debate, but also in the political and legal debate.
Professor Adrian Vermuele,
Professor Adrian Vermuele, please take the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to begin by thanking the rector and the vice rector and the chairman of the board and everyone for having me here. In America, we have a saying that a friend is the person who will give you the shirt off his back. And I lost my luggage on the way here. So the shirt I am wearing on my back now has been given to me by the Collegium Intermarium. So I see this as the beginning of a beautiful friendship in that sense. So thank you. My subject today is the return of truth in both politics and law. I'll begin with politics generally and then speak about law, which I take to be a special case. I think the status quo ante first has to be defined. That is, what was the status quo before the return of truth that I'll discuss? And I see it as a kind of hegemony of political liberalism. I'll define liberalism as the doctrine that the central task of politics is to promote individual autonomy and secure its preconditions, and that as a consequence, the public sphere must be radically pluralist, allowing individuals to adopt a variety of views about the ends of human life, so long as they follow minimal rules of coexistence. There are other academic views of liberalism, but this captures the operating ideology of actually existing liberalism as a political regime. Now, the premise that this liberalism enjoyed hegemony that broke down recently might strike you as too strong, either because you don't think there ever was any such hegemony, or because you don't think it's really begun to break down. After all, liberalism always faced competitors like communism. I don't have to tell anyone in Poland about that. Furthermore, liberal states are still plentiful and still powerful. The United States is perhaps still preeminent among them, although arguably no longer preeminent in power among nations generally, given the rise of very powerful non-liberal competitors. So in what sense did this hegemony exist, and in what sense has that hegemony begun to crack? Well, real hegemony operates without anyone being aware of it. It structures the very thought world of its subjects so that they are unable to imagine, let alone strive for, alternative possibilities and ways of life. And in that sense, liberalism did exercise a hegemony, at least among the professional and intellectual classes in the United States and large sectors of Western Europe from the late 1980s until sometime around the financial crisis of 2008, and definitely ending by 2015 or so. All discourse happened within liberal parameters so profoundly that no one was aware of the situation. Today, that's simply no longer true. So intellectually, we have work by people like Ryszard Legutko, Pierre Manon, Pater Edmund Waldstein, and others. It's kind of broken the spell. The fundamental hegemony of the mind has been broken. Politically, as I need not explain here, nations like Poland and Hungary and political leaders like Marion Maréchal have pointed the way, proposing a renewal of the kind of Christian democracy that was perfectly standard in Western Europe after World War II. I think all this represents not merely a return of the political, but a return of truth. Let me explain. A number of people have talked about the return of the political in Western nations, but this was, of course, always a kind of misnomer, a misconception. And for the same reason that the great French Catholic apologist Louis Veuillot spoke of liberalism as an illusion, fundamentally, a kind of magician's trick. The point is that the political was always already present. The borders of the liberal order have often been enforced by violent coercion when necessary. And the history of the United States is full of examples of this. But Western liberalism tried to create the illusion of a depoliticized global public sphere, and for a period after 1989, it succeeded with the defeat of its last major competitor and before the rise of China. But the aggressive efforts to enforce that order, especially after about 2001, combined with financial instability and the increasing restlessness of economically exploited subgroups, all that began to threaten the illusion. It was like watching a movie screen that suddenly starts to flicker in and out, and the illusion is broken. When challenged in recent years, the liberal order and its salaried spokesmen in the universities and media insisted with increasing vehemence that the illusion was true. But when the magician has to start pounding the table to enforce the trick, then it's sort of already too late. The illusion's already been dispelled. And in this sense, I believe that the return of the political is also a return of concern for truth. Somehow the truth broke its bonds both in politics and in law and legal theory. Well, why did all this happen? My basic suggestion is rooted in anthropology and human nature. I think that the liberal illusion was always living on borrowed time. It contradicted one of the most, or perhaps the most fundamental traits of human nature, the hunger for the real, the hunger for reality. So let me explain. One of the most curious features of life under liberalism, something that we experience, especially, I think, in the United States, is that life in a liberal order is muffled and indirect. All politics and political conversation happens at kind of one step removed, one meta level up. So instead of pursuing substantive excellence and justice, we have circuitous debates about properties like diversity. Instead of deciding what ought to be permitted or what ought to be condemned, we debate second-order principles like civility. Instead of discerning truth, we quarrel over things like religious liberty. Instead of protecting the most vulnerable, such as the unborn, we conceal our vices and crimes under the rubric of choice in both market and non-market spheres. When we ask about truth, liberalism answers, what is truth? Your truth is not someone else's truth, and it's no more legitimate to make your truth into public policy than it would be to force your taste in ice cream upon everyone else. Truth is a solely private concern. That's the voice of liberalism speaking to us. Many have observed this and traced its causes and consequences. There have been a number of important recent diagnoses of the fragility or even failure of liberalism. It seems to me that those diagnoses, however acute, and they are acute, have left out or at least underplayed something simple but important, which is a deep human revulsion at this muffled, indirect, repressed, anti-political politics. It's just humanly intolerable to perpetually stand at one remove from the substance of our common life and pursue a shadowy half-life of consumerism in the commercial market while seeing the forum through a glass darkly. Human nature wearies, sickens, and eventually rebels at the illogic of this partial stance. The Second Vatican Council, I think, captures this nicely. It speaks of man's restless desire to live fully according to truth. Man's restless desire to live fully according to truth. It seems to increasing numbers of people that living fully means living according to the truth, not only in the family and local community and the marketplace, but in the polity as a whole. Liberalism in its myopia left this out of its calculations. And as a result, the liberal order is not ultimately compatible with the deepest desires of its subjects. The Achilles heel of liberalism is this hunger for the real, as expressed in politics, the hunger to come to grips with the substance of the common good. I think this is at least one reason why we're witnessing with increasing tempo on many fronts the outbreak of rebellions against anti-political politics. This is a phenomenon of both the left and right, and there's a essentially spiritual dimension to this hunger for the real, this desire to live in the forum, not just the market. Consider progressivism, which now dominates American universities. And let me put aside here the interminable debates about the exact relationship between progressivism and liberalism. I'll just tell you my own view. I think progressivism is a descendant of classical liberalism and may justly be called liberalism in the same way that the child traditionally takes on the family name of its father, even if the child and the father are often at odds. But I don't need to get into those questions for the point I want to make here. The only point I want to make here, and this may come as a shock to you, is I think progressivism gets one big thing exactly right. The big thing it gets exactly right is that it tries to grapple with the real. It tries to make our common life fully political and fully vibrant again. And it does so because its adherents have an animating faith. They have sacraments, they have liturgies, they have a theory of salvation. Now, to be clear, I think that that faith is corrupted and heretical. It's an odd and distinctive mix of Pelagianism and Gnosticism. But it has this one excellent quality, that it tries to escape the spectral underworld of liberal anti-politics. Now, from this point, there are two ways, I think, to go wrong. One way to go wrong is to become too afraid of the politics of truth. So a stock liberal claim is that the politics of truth is so fearsome, the risk of kind of losing in the public sphere is so terrifying that everyone prefers, or at least ought to prefer, public neutrality among visions of the proper ends of human life. But the problem is that this neutrality is just another substantive view about who is to be allowed into the forum to say what for what purposes. Professor Legutko put this very neatly in a recent article. He said the pluralism of the liberal public sphere is really just another monism. And our experience shows that to be, in my view, indisputably correct. Let me put it another way. The liberal argument wants us to remain in a perpetual state of fear. So Judith Shklar's liberalism of fear is in this vein. On this view, we are supposed to fear above all losing in the politics of truth. But as against the spirit of fear, I want to propose the spirit of faith. Never certain, but inspiring and inspired by theologically inflected hope. So that last answer, it's hardly confined to Catholics. It can be a broader faith in the common good and natural law, which can be shared among all sorts of traditions. But it is contrary to liberalism. A liberalism of fear is ultimately intolerable for creatures fashioned to live in theological hope, as we are. There's another and somewhat more subtle way that things can go wrong. I said that liberalism muffles the political and second-order concepts like civility and tolerance and choice. And the hunger for real politics rebels against this. But it does not follow that those concepts have no value at all. They just have to be rightly placed within a larger ordering to good substantive ends. Civility, tolerance, and their like are bad masters. They're tyrannous when made into idols, but when properly directed, they may still be good servants. The shibboleths of liberalism are exaggerated truths. They have chastened non-liberal counterparts justified in non-liberal terms. So J.F. Stephen, who was a withering Victorian critic of John Stuart Mill, was very clear-minded about this, and he said Mill's principles of liberty were all wrong. However, a prudent sovereign ordering affairs to the common good might choose for that very reason to leave particular matters to individual choice, if only because the law is a rough engine that should not be deployed except where serious large-scale wrongs occur. In this, he was following Aquinas, who observed that a well-ordered society will not use law to suppress all vices or to promote all virtues, except to the extent conducive to the common good, to prevent serious harms or public scandal, or to prevent misleading large numbers of people about the rightful ordering of human life. If you imagine a society like this in which the idol of liberty has been thrown down, it will still allow a number of particular liberties. So free speech, for example, should not protect indecency or immorality. In the United States, since the 1960s, our Supreme Court has embarked on a course of using free speech to protect indecent and immoral speech and behavior. I'm not even going to give you concrete examples because they're too vile. But even if we reject that, there must still be scope for responsible citizens to advise on the conduct of public business without incurring fear of punishment. Or, as another example, free trade and the free market must not be made into idols. But merchants benefit the community and must be given a duly regulated scope within which to ply their trade. Civility and tolerance are cryptic terms, second-order disguises for substantive views about what conduct should be permitted in a rightly ordered society. But a society like the one I envision will also value respect, charity, forbearance, and prudence in public speech. The overall point is that even where the non-liberal order happens to reach the same conclusions as a liberal order, it justifies them in different ways and on different grounds. My main suggestion isn't so much about what should be done or about how a non-liberal society will function. It's about the constraints that man's political nature places on the long-run stability of liberalism. Ought implies can. The prerequisite for successful political arrangements is that they have to be compatible with human anthropology, in this case with the ineradicable human impulse to live fully in a political community ordered towards the truth. Again, thinking of the principle laid out by the Second Vatican Council. Joseph de Maistre, following Aquinas and Aristotle, put it this way. He said, before the formation of political societies, man was not a complete man. And it's that thirst for a complete life in the civic forum, not merely in the shadowy half-life of liberalism, that cannot be denied, in my view. Our options are then the following. In one way or another, this impulse has to be channeled into substantively admirable directions. The hunger for a real politics must in some way or another be satisfied, be sated. It's better that it be satisfied through a sacramental feast ordered to the proper ends of human life. Okay, I'll end with some words on the return of truth in law, which is my own particular interest, and I know an interest of Collegium Intermarium. I have to start with a point of jurisprudence, why I think law is a special case of politics. I'm not a legal positivist. On the contrary, I believe that law is, in the words of the Roman jurist Ulpian, the art of goodness and fairness, and that the truth of moral propositions sometimes figures in the truth of propositions about law. So sometimes our grounds for believing in the truth of legal propositions are themselves moral propositions. Law is then best understood as a department of political morality. Now, we have to be clear that law isn't just reducible to political morality, all things considered. That's not my view. It's a very particular department of political morality in which particular moral considerations are brought to bear, distinctive considerations, including things like respect for the enactments of public authority, and more generally, role morality. The obvious fact that a differentiation of roles, for example, between judges and legislators, itself serves the ends of political morality. There's a Polish scholar put it in a terrific little paper on the role of the urban praetor in Roman law, put it this way: the end of law is to promote the bonum commune, the common good, but it is the praetor who speaks for the bonum commune. So we always have these two questions in law, and this is what makes it distinctive. To what ends should law be rightly ordered, and what is the role morality that implements those ends? Or as the Digest of Justinian puts it, the praetor is the living voice of the civil law, and even if the praetor's judgment is wrong, it is nonetheless justice, because it was right that the praetor should make that judgment. Well, if law is a special department of political morality, it shouldn't be surprising that this return of truth in politics also implies a return of truth in law. And I claim that this is in fact what we are seeing. The illusion in law that corresponds to Louis Vuitton's liberal illusion in politics is called legal positivism. It claims to make the identification of law turn strictly on the identification of historical facts about what has been enacted and social conventions about whose enactments are recognized as law. So this promises a radical separation between law and morality. Positivism is the Pontius Pilate of legal theories. Faced with the claim that some truth of political morality is relevant to law, positivism says, what is truth? But here too, the separation was always illusory. Even to understand what the law says necessarily requires assumptions about the rationality and purposes of the enactors, about how to understand vague or capacious legal phrases like the public interest or liberty, and how to interpret ambiguities in hard cases where laws are vague, unclear, conflicting. I believe that the great recent critic of positivism, Ronald Dworkin, was correct about one big thing in the way that I also think progressives are correct about one big thing. The one big thing that Ronald Dworkin was correct about was his argument that positivism is fundamentally illusory, that positivist judges constantly draw upon implicit principles of political morality to interpret legal ambiguities. Positivism, like the liberalism that it instantiates, is a magician's trick. And Dworkin is the Louis Vuitton of legal theory who has seen through the illusion. Now, Dworkin also had a terrible substantive theory of political morality, but it was one that he himself recognized no one else was compelled to adopt. And the fact that his substantive theory of political morality was terrible doesn't mean he was wrong about positivism. He was correct about positivism. Well, if all this is right, then we may hope for a return of truth in law as well as politics, and I think we're seeing exactly that. We see the striking growth of new projects interested in reviving the classical law. Collegium Intermarium, I think, is very much in this vein, and that's why I'm such an enthusiast for the project here. I also think of the Oxford project on the common good. I think of the Justitium blog, which is now one of the largest legal forums. All these developments are recent and fresh, but I think they'll endure. and they'll endure for the same reason that I've diagnosed under the heading of the return of the political. There really is an objective law, a true law, from which human civil positive law is derived and by which human civil law is bounded. And the hunger for that truth about law seems to be growing. It is ultimately intolerable. It's a kind of offense to human nature to always live in the shadowy anti-world of legal positivism. So in this sense, the return of truth in law is just a special case of the return of truth in political morality. Thank you very much.
Dear Professor Vermuele, thank you so much for your speech. It was really great. It was very insightful, and I hope that we will be able to fulfill these hopes that so many people have in us. Thank you so much. And teraz chciałabym zapowiedzieć.
And now I'd like to introduce our next, the last panel, dedicated to the collaboration in our region. The panel will be hosted by members of our research centers, Ms. Gabriela Szewczuk and Mr. Patryk Miernowski. And I would like to invite participants, Professor Anna Ładno, Ms. Dora Schutz,
pana doktora Stevena Bartulice oraz
Dr. Steven Bartulice and Francesco Jubilei to take their
Dziękuję
seats.
bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to most kindly welcome you to the last panel of today's event, the discussion revolving around the topic of cooperation within the Intermarium region. My name is Gabriela Szewczuk, and together with Patryk Miernowski, we will lead this event for you. Our guests, who will have a chance to share their insights with us in 2 rounds of questions, are to be Professor Anna Łabno, a lawyer, constitutionalist, and an academic teacher at the Silesian University in Katowice, Ms. Dora Schutz, International Director at the Mathias Corvinus Collegium in Budapest, Dr. Steven Bartulica, Member of Croatian Parliament, Professor of Political Philosophy, and a lecturer at Collegium Intermarium, and Mr. Francesco Jubilei, Chairman of Fondazione Taratella and Nazione Futura, and a member of the Scientific Committee for the Future of Europe of the Government of Italy. The countries of the Intermarium region, forever besieged between the East and the West, without a doubt share a large portion of common history and common heritage as well. The similarities lay in history, in culture, in approach to various institutions and legal concepts, in political position, and finally in possibilities and plans for the future. It is safe to say that the geopolitical position we have found ourselves at makes us natural allies. In the past, this position has proven to be quite hazardous, being always exposed on 2 front lines, be it the cold struggle between the New World with its capitalism and the Soviets, the never-ceasing conflicts between the largest world powers during the world wars, or the cultural rivalry between the Latin and the Byzantine civilizations. Seeking cooperation seems the most natural thing, and although at present not properly addressed, hopefully not yet. Thus, during this debate, we want to discuss what is common for our region, what opportunities and difficulties we share, and how we differ from our neighbors out west. Finally, we also want to ask our guests about the possible ways of cooperation of the Intermarium countries and the ways in which we can use our attributes to our advantage. And hereby, I give the floor and the privilege of opening the first round of questions to Patryk Miernowski.
Thank you, Gabriela. It's a great privilege indeed to be with you today on this panel. It is only with an effort that I can constrain my happiness that we can have this panel and we can discuss these matters which, as Gabriela has outlined, are crucial for the next decades, for the next years. of our region, how we shall develop, and we shall address that at many layers. We will be talking about culture, about law, about politics, and many different aspects. On a technical note, the panel is going to be divided into 2 rounds of questions. Each of our guests will receive one in the first round, and in the second one, in the same manner, in the same order as well. So, the first question, which I would like to ask to Professor Łabno, it's a very broad one, fitting to start our conversation, I believe. It should set the frame of what we're going to be talking about. Professor Łabno, you're a constitutionalist. You have researched a different region of Europe. Your study included Portugal, the Portuguese developments from autocracy to democracy. And obviously this is also a way which a lot of the East European states have followed, although in a different set of circumstances. But not only from your perspective as a lawyer, in general, how do you think this cooperation, this collaboration between our states should look like in the coming decades? What do you think we should focus on? What are the dangers we should avoid? And very generally speaking, what's the best advice you can give us?
Dziękuję bardzo. Przepraszam.
Thank you very much. I'd like to repeat, I am very grateful for inviting me. It's a great satisfaction and a great pleasure to be here among so many interesting people, to see so many to hear so many inspiring speeches. But I'd like to say, what I have heard and I have seen is a great example of how we can collaborate. We represent different regions, and yet even if we represent mostly Europe, especially this post-communist Europe, which is particularly important from the perspective of our collaboration, this proves that there will be always people looking for the truth, looking to answer their doubts, and they want to do it together. Not on their own, but they want to pursue the truth together with others. In my belief, in Polish language, collaboration is a particular word because it includes very clearly that this has to do as a shared work. Not one's own work, but a work performed together with others. Because this is how we, working at the universities and our collaborators, forming these circles also away from the university, we create a community. We create a community which is able to collaborate, to cooperate, to strive for common goals in a real way, based on established, maybe not always fully, not always finitely, grounds, assumptions, which have a certain goal, because we want to achieve certain goals. We not collaborate just for the very fact that there are some points we can get by this means. Because the only thing we can gain in this particular moment, we are searching for a long-term collaboration with a very particular goals, for which we can set a certain task to perform. We should do that, absolutely. We need to do that, because only then the university, contemporary university, will meet the needs of the people. It is not formed just to exist. It has a certain social function. And also academic collaboration has to fulfill certain social mission. And these have to be stated clearly. In different time perspectives for different professional groups that we train people to exercise, and to train ourselves, of course. And I'd like to point your attention also to one more thing, summing up this communal aspect. What is very important for me is the principle of solidarity. And once I read a speech I know very importantly by Chantal del Sol, that we are supposed to work in a solidary manner, that today's world needs it, doesn't do it. But the second thing that she stressed very clearly, we have to do it together. We can't, we don't want the government to decide for us and just state the fact that they have done something in an act of solidarity, but we have to understand that the effect we want to achieve is precisely the result of our shared decision. What is important for us, both in the academic world and the entire state, nation, and also collaboration among different countries. Only then, when we are convinced that the goal and the means are based, grounded in our values, in our beliefs, we might speak of real collaboration. We have to learn it. It doesn't happen overnight by itself, just because somebody has declared something. It must be an obvious thing that we instill in everyone, non-verbally, not by providing them with a list of tasks to do. No, people have to learn it in the family, at school, in youth organizations, in scouting. Many of us have participated in these organizations. It's close to our hearts. So all the spheres which show that apart from your egoistic willingness, there are other people. You have to give up certain things if you want to live in a community. And this is the real sense of academic community as well. We might also highlight one more aspect. I believe more from the perspective of the Constitution as such, or generally the legal system. What creates the use? What is the superordinate value towards all the actions that we want to regulate legally? When we want to establish how it should be regulated and what we teach, we must highlight this use to show its value, to show its importance, which unites people who might be otherwise acting differently in life, who might pursue different ways in life. But if there is something like a shared background, as we say in Polish, there is an opportunity that there are certain points on the way when we can meet. Well, our lives follow different paths. But if we share this minimum, there is always an opportunity, and we should always give other people a chance. There is always an opportunity that one day this might happen. As we imagine this, because we have the right to say what, in our opinion, is true. It's not that we are only supposed to listen to others. The great world has decided for us what is the truth. And we now have to nod our heads only. No. This is degrading, this is destructing. It degrades even the most basic rules of our existence. And I believe this is what we expect from the collaboration. And with great pleasure, I would like to listen to what my colleagues here think about this problem. This, I believe, is something that should connect us, that we are looking for things that we share, which are absolutely basic for us. This is a border that we cannot cross, that we cannot change. And this is of great significance for all of us, that in this intermarium region we can dwell on certain values in everyday and long-term collaboration, writing books, organizing conferences, online, physically. I think this is what we need the most. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. It was a really insightful answer. I really appreciate it, and let's hope that Collegium Intermarium will somehow help the younger generations in finding this mission which you have so beautifully described. Thank you.
The next question I will address to Dr. Stephen Bartolica. Sir, in the extraordinary scope of your work, you have focused on, among other topics, the influence that the experience of communism and the process of transition had on the countries of our region. Can you tell us now what lessons we have learned, or maybe what lessons we should have learned, after first having found ourselves under the influence of the Soviet Union in the midst of the 20th century, and later making the effort of throwing away the quite heavy curtain? How does this memory of communism impact our academia, our education systems, and probably, most importantly, how can we use this experience today?
Thank you, Gabriela, for that question. It's a big question. I want to say, first of all, that I'm delighted and honored to be here in Warsaw. I speak as a member of parliament, and I can say confidently that I believe that culture is actually much more important than politics. Politics is downstream from culture. So I think this initiative, Collegium Intermarium, is following this conviction, and it's the right thing to do. If someone asks me, would I rather start a new party or an educational initiative to try to influence the future of our continent, I would go with education. So congratulations, and I want to say congratulations to all the students here. You're a sign of hope, and I'll do my best to contribute to teaching here. The lessons of communism. So it's very important, in my view, to draw the right lessons from what suddenly happened in 1989. I think one thing to me became clear is that history in many ways is determined by what is happening below the surface, what is not observed or noticed by the commentators of the day or by governments. So we still haven't found an analytical report from the CIA or other agencies predicting what would happen in Europe in the fall of 1989. It was sudden and a surprise and a shock to many people in the world. So this view of what's below the surface as really what in the long run determines the fate of nations, I think, is a central point. We're here in a very public event, but in order to really persevere and influence the culture in a good way, this requires small acts by individual people, sometimes heroic acts, which won't be even noticed by anyone. But this, in the long run, is what brings change. I use the metaphor often of the brilliant novel, the trilogy of Lord of the Rings by Tolkien. So orcs are above the surface. They have all the power, perhaps the mainstream media. They're spreading lies and deceiving people on a daily basis. I like to see my own role more as a hobbit, just below the surface with modest means. But in the end, we know that the hobbits are successful. They surprise everyone. I think these nations of Central and Eastern Europe have very much to offer the rest of the world. I grew up in the United States. I've been living in Croatia for nearly 30 years now, where I teach. And I can say, I guess I'm representing the Adriatic dimension of the Intermarium, and I'm more than pleased to be here for that. But I would say that this experience of communism and the suffering that was endured by so many nations has a very deep redemptive role, perhaps even a mystery for many people. And I think it's a source of strength in many of our countries. When I compare what's happening in Poland, Hungary, elsewhere. We can even look to Russia. There's many sources, I think, of spiritual renewal after so many decades of oppression. And this is something the West can learn from. There's many lessons that we can teach our Western partners. We need to do this in a humble way, but also in a self-confident way. There's no reason to accept, the pontificating and the lecturing that many of our countries receive from the elite in Brussels. My government in Croatia, I'm afraid, is an example of a servile government that doesn't, appreciate enough its own country, its own heritage. The fact that Croatia achieved independence through almost an impossible war under extremely difficult circumstances. So this was heroism on display on a daily basis, and it's something that still inspires me today. I want to certainly, since I'm in Poland and I'm a great admirer of John Paul II, I want to cite something he wrote about the methods used by the communists once they achieved power, because I think many of the things we see around us today, this promotion of woke culture, the censorship by big tech companies and so on, it's more or less the same phenomenon taking a different form. So this is what John Paul II wrote. In the universities, every form of philosophical thought that did not correspond to the Marxist model was subjected to severe restrictions. You could say the communists had their own fact-checking machine that was busy censoring any dissent or anyone who was not in line with the official orthodoxy. And this was done in the simplest and most radical way, by taking action against the people who represented other approaches to philosophy. Foremost among those who were removed from teaching posts were the representatives of realist philosophy. So this is what we see also today. We see in academia people who have to be very cautious about what they write. If they're very outspoken in their views, they can be prevented from promotions, but also removed from teaching. And this is something I regret to say is becoming common in the United States. The United States, in an ironic way, is looking more like China than the other way around. It's just that the big tech companies are doing the censorship instead of the official party. But I would say, when I mention China, it is another irony that perhaps the communist government in that country has drawn the real lessons from 1989. Why do I say that? Because they saw, for example, the power of the pilgrimage and visits of John Paul II to Eastern Europe, to this country. Poland was never the same after the first pilgrimage by John Paul II in 1979. And I think the Chinese communists understand that very deeply. They welcome Wall Street bankers. They welcome executives from Google and Facebook and Apple. They're more than welcome in communist China. But they are very afraid of a visit by the Holy Father. John Paul II badly, I know, wanted to visit China. He was never invited, never welcome, and that still remains the case today. And so that's not just by coincidence. I think the communists are onto something in China. I think China, after a visit by the Holy Father to that country, would never be the same, and that's why it's not likely to happen. So we have to reflect on this. What does this reveal about, our circumstance today? And in the end, it's really a spiritual battle that we're discussing. When we talk about the university and the role of a university, I think it's clear that we have to strive for truth, for academic excellence, and so on. But we also have to look at the deeper view of the human person and not be afraid to, give examples of great holiness. Who are the people that changed the course of European history? It's the saints. We know a lot about the statesmen, but when I think of a country like France, the first person that comes to mind isn't Napoleon, but Saint Joan of Arc. So that's something we have to instill in our students, to strive to maybe what they haven't even considered before, and that's a life of holiness. That's what really, in the end, changes culture and sparks the imagination of people around us. And so that's something that we should openly say. Perhaps we all in this audience understand this, but I think it's necessary sometimes to say these things explicitly. So just in closing on this first question, I'm very hopeful. This event has been a great joy for me. I'm very happy that you invited me. And I look forward to future collaboration. I think there's something that Croatia can certainly offer. We're a country that's had, in many ways, a similar history to Poland, but to other nations, and that has suffered more recently in the war, and that today perhaps could also be a leader in this effort to renew our continent. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I can only sum up by adding that a thinker once said that those who do not remember their own history are doomed to repeat it. And our task that laying before us right now is remembering our own history, but also understanding it as it is clue to learning from our own heritage. Thank you.
All right, so the next question I have is for Mrs. Dora Schütz, and it's going to be something more directly involved with education, so the main reason why we're here today. Without a doubt, one of the greatest challenges that we face, we as the Intermarium region and probably other parts of the world as well, is the necessity of creating institutions which would be fit to shape intellectual elites who would be conscious of their heritage and ready to act for the benefit of our region, in order to strive to ensure its prosperous future. And an evident milestone in the fulfillment of this mission, as we sincerely hope and believe, is today's ceremony and the foundation of, what else, Collegium Intermarium. How would you, as a professional with great experience in the field of education, how would you see the future of academic and educational cooperation of our part of the continent?
Thank you, Patrick. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I was here a few months ago and I spoke in the exact same room, and to be honest, I'm very, very impressed by all the things that moved forward in the past few months. In Budapest and in Hungary and at the MCC, we are in a similar situation, so I know that it requires such a lot of time and dedication, so I'd like to thank you and congratulate on your efforts, and thanks for the invitation again. So I'm here to offer a bit of a Hungarian and Central European perspective, and also I would like to share my personal impressions and experiences with education, if you allow me to do so. And also Gabriela just told me that the interpreters asked me to speak a little bit more slowly, so I will also try my best in doing that. So in Hungary, when you start university, you're usually 18-year-old. I deeply believe that most of the 18-year-old students, they're quite uncertain about the best way to live their lives, and they go to university to basically find out who they are, meet like-minded people that they can have long conversations with and debates with, and also to find out what they believe in. I deeply believe that, unfortunately, the traditional educational system in Central Europe is just not able to fulfill this role. And why is that? I think, of course, politicization and the political aspect of education that we've talked about today is a very important one. Also cancel culture, and so on and so forth. But I would like to bring in another thing, which is the mass education system, which has unfortunately become a trend in Central Europe in the past few decades. I don't really want to get into whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, you can come up with arguments that it really helps social mobility, but what I see in Hungary and what I see in Central Europe, that unfortunately the mass education system completely disregards the role of the elite. It's not really aiming to fulfill, to basically build the elite of our countries, and I think that there are historical reasons for this, but I deeply reject the Marxist view on history, and I believe that people have a really big stake and responsibility in building the future and have an impact on the future, and I think it is our duty to make sure that we have a good elite. As you know, Hungary is a small country. We are 10 million people. We cannot afford having bad elites for 2 generations. This is not only like the prosperity of our country, but also the survival of our country might depend on it. So I think that we need new educational institutions and new, more entrepreneurial solutions to this issue. And I think Collegium Intermarium, but also what we do at MCC, I think that we're trying to fulfill this role. So I'm very, very happy that I can see a proliferation of such institutions across the region. And then in terms of cooperation, I feel that there is this cliche that, you know, we have to come together, share best practices, talk about how you do things in your country, how we do it in our country, which is extremely important. But I also think that in order to have a meaningful discussion about this, we have to be able to offer something at the discussion. And in order to do this, we have to be aware of our history, we have to know how is the Hungarian way, and then share that after that. And I think that the educational system in the past few decades unfortunately failed to raise a more patriotic elite in a very healthy sense, in a very, very positive sense. And I think that this is something that our institutions have an important role in doing so. So this is my very brief answer to the first question. I'm really looking forward to continuing the discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brief but very insightful, that's for sure. I agree completely that we should not neglect the elitist value of the university. And thank you very much in that case. Gabriela.
And with the last question of the first round, we will turn to Mr. Francesco Giubilei. We are certainly used to thinking of our region as inferior to Western Europe in most fields, and consequently, we are most often hold it unquestionable that inhabitants of the Western Europe must think the same of the Intermarium region as we do. Can you confront this view and this belief with your experience brought from Italy and possibly from other Western countries? And tell us whether this image of unattractiveness, which often leads our youth and our experts abroad, is a picture put forward by the Western media, and whether it reflects the thoughts of common people. And in the end, I also want to ask, how can we, and by saying we, I mean all the countries of the Intermarium region, use the power of the media to attract investors and professionals to all fields and branches to our region, and whether it's possible to make the Intermarium a center of innovation, a modern Atlantis, to be soon discovered by the world?
Thank you very much. Are a lot of topics to answer, but I'll try to summarize. First of all, thank you very much for your invitation, and really congratulations for what are you doing here in Warsaw and in Poland with both Ordo Iuris and Collegium Intermarium. You are really do a very important job, and I think this kind of university, this kind of project has to be spread not only in Poland but all over Europe and all over Western Central European countries, because it's really important not only talk about, as Stefan said before, not only talk about politics but also talk about pre-politics and meta-politics. You asked me if I think that as a Western European person, as an Italian, if the Central European people, Central European country and the Intermarium area is inferiority respect to the Western Europe. I think it doesn't exist an inferiority country, it doesn't exist an inferiority idea of the society. And I think one of the biggest faults of Western Europe is try every time to think to the other country, to the other part of the world, as a country where the history was the same to our history, and where the people has to live as we live in Western Europe. We saw how was a disaster to continue having a foreign politics where we want to export our idea of society in place where are different. I'm talking about Libya, I'm talking about North Africa, I'm talking about Afghanistan in a recent year, and I'm talking about, in a political perspective, about Central Europe. Every time that some Western European politicians try to explain to you as Polish people, as Hungarian people, as people from Central Europe, what you have to do and how you have to govern your country, I think this is a big mistake. It's a big mistake because every country has a different history. And we have to start from this point. We have to respect every country. We have to respect the people who decide to vote for a government. And in the second times, we have to remember that in Poland, you had, until a few years ago, a communist regime. And this changed a lot your perspective to view the society. And I see this part of Europe as a hope for the future. Unfortunately, in Western Europe, we are losing a lot of important values. We are losing a lot of traditional values. I think my country, compared to other countries, compared probably to France, to Belgium, also to Germany, is in the middle between Western Europe and Central and Eastern Europe, because we still maintain some conservative values, we still maintain a strong tradition in our country, and we still fight for our identity, because we think, as Italian, as Christian, as Catholic, that we have an history, and we have to fight for our history. And that's why I also think that in a future perspective can be also useful for the Intermarium area to have a strong alliance with our country. One of the sea of the Intermarium is the Adriatic Sea. And historically, the Adriatic Sea is an Italian sea, not only an Italian sea, of course, because my friend from Croatia and from other Balkan area can be upset, but historically the Adriatic Sea was one of the most important sea in our area from the Roman Empire. We called Mare Nostrum, all the Mediterranean area. And in the Adriatic Sea, there are some important cities, as Venice. Venice was one of the first republics in the history, and until 1797, when Napoleon conquered Venice and the Serenissima, the Republic of Venice, was finished his experience, Venice was historically a point of connection between the Western and the Eastern. And Venice was really an example of the idea of a modern republic, and is also a place full of really cultural strong identity. In Venice there was and there is a strong Jewish community. There is a strong Armenian community. It's a Catholic city. If you go all over also the Balkan area, you can visit a lot of cities where you can find the Lion of Venice, because Venice conquered a lot of place all over the Mediterranean area. But we also have Ravenna, and Ravenna was the capital of the Roman Empire. Ravenna was the capital of the Byzantine Empire, and it's a really important city. And going in the south, we have another important city, Bari. And Bari is the connection between the Catholic world and the Orthodox world, because there is the tomb of Saint Nicol, that is the same saint of, for example, the Orthodox in other countries in the Central and Eastern Europe. And we also have Trieste, another strong and important city. But I can also nominate a lot of cities that are in the Adriatic area. Why I'm talking about this vision? I'm talking about this part of our country because I think that Italy can really help also in the Balkan area, also in countries like, for example, Albania, also in countries like, for example, Serbia or Montenegro, that are leaving a strong influence, even a stronger influence by the Chinese, by China. What happened in Montenegro really has to scare everyone else, because the Chinese government buy a country try to build an earthquake, and after, with the so-called trap of the debt, the government of Montenegro don't have the money to give back to the Chinese government, and it was a really, really strong problem because it's a country in the Balkan area. And in the same time, I think that our country, as a strong Christian Catholic country, can also have an important role in the Adriatic Sea and the Mediterranean area to avoid that the influence of Turkey will spread all over Europe. So I think from a geopolitical perspective can be really useful for the area of Intermarium to have a strong alliance with Italy. Also because when we talk about the idea of Intermarium is of course an economic idea, but we don't have to do the mistake of thinking that everything is linked to economy. We are not Marxists. The Marxists think that everything is linked to economy. Economy is of course important. Economy is of course really important. But there are some other issues that are probably more important than economy. The ethics, for example, the importance of the values, and also some cultural things. And when we talk about the idea of intermarium, a collaboration between countries from all over the Central Europe, we also have to think a cultural collaboration. We also have to underline that there are some values that as people who lived in the intermarium area, you have to defend, which are, for example, our Christian values. You have to defend the importance of the national state in a context where we have a European Union that every time try to destroy the concept of the national state and try to destroy the importance of the borders. Because borders and national states are really important, and it has to be a collaboration between states. And I want to finish, I don't want to talk a lot also because there is another question in talking about the concept of the media. The concept of the media is really a really important concept. The strong problem in our society, especially in Western Europe, is that most of the media are owned by some leftists, some liberals. So it's really difficult for the conservative people to try to have a space in the media. And also when we talk about the mainstream media, I was talking with some American friend, and they told me, but when an article is published in, for example, New York Times, everyone now in the United States start thinking about the New York Times as a liberal media, as a leftist media, so it's not influenced like it was in the past. But it's not the case of Europe. I mean, if someone look an article in some mainstream media from the United States, think, oh, this is an important media. But we know how sometimes they write this kind of article. So what we have to do is try to create a network of alternative media, but a network not of an alternative small media, a network of an alternative mainstream media. We don't have only to talk to conservative people. We share our idea, we share a lot of things together. Our challenge in the future is to talk to the normal people. We have to talk to the people of the street and explain to the people of the street why our ideas are good, why the conservative vision of the society is the future of the society. But I think you are doing a great job in the Central Europe, so congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And hereby we finish the first round of questions, and the next question is going to be asked by Patrick.
Yes, so let's start off with the second round of our questions. Again, let's start with you, Professor. My question pertains to politics, to political systems. Do you believe that the future of our contemporary democracies here in Middle Eastern Europe, which obviously are relatively young and it's understandable that because of the hardships which have befallen our region in the last century, because of communist rule and other tragedies, do you believe that the future of these states, of their political systems, their democracies, is in any way predestinated? Do you believe that the processes which have happened in the west of Europe, where there was no such abrupt interruption of the parliamentary process, do you believe that the same processes will happen here? Or do you believe maybe that we have a choice and we can go in a different direction? What do you think about the statehood of the intermarium states in its historical perspective?
Well, it's a pretty difficult question, and it's all the more difficult to answer briefly. Well, we do not have knowledge of the future. We cannot be prophets. We cannot establish everything that might happen in the future. When I was a student, we used to say that there is no third way. There are just two possible ways of development. Today we speak like Orbán does, about illiberal democracies. I'm not particularly in favor of this expression because it presents the situation as if we only had two possibilities. Either something is liberal. Of course, you have to remember that in Poland we have been approaching liberalism from a classically liberal perspective, which does influence the perception, or something which is illiberal. What does that mean? Well, Orbán is a politician, so he speaks his own language. And I'm not blaming him for that. No, I'm just stating a fact, which I believe we should take into account. Yeah, but still, we need to search for something that describes our identity, our goals, our needs, and which is done together on a national scale in each country and internationally in the form of some international collaboration. I cannot imagine a different form. There might be people who are against it, but there are certain conditions we should be aware of. Even if somebody is not really convinced about these assumptions, he or she should remember that being efficient needs to understand the reality. So I believe that as a region, we do have a future only if we are able to function together on the basis of assumptions that are deeply rooted, very strongly rooted. All our countries, even those which have had, various different history. Let's have a look at the Hungarian constitution, the new one. It has been rejected in Poland, even though nobody had read it even at that time, because it was too short. I remember when the International Society of International Law and our Polish branch sent to all the members, including me, an explanation from the West explaining why the Hungarian constitution is unacceptable. So please understand, when after years I spoke about it with a close friend of mine, who's also a constitutionalist, she didn't know that something like this had been sent. We do not pay enough attention. We do not focus on what we should. Because, well, life is complicated. New generations need to understand that these things are important, that they need reaction, that we have to establish a way of acting and to act accordingly. But we need to find an axiology that is going to convince societies and nations. This, however, requires a lot of work, a huge amount of work, because as we have said before, the heritage of communism blocks the ability of an average Joe to understand how this influences our life. We do not look at it from the social perspective, from the perspective of the passing time. If it's not for me, I should look for the next generation, if not for my children, maybe for my grandchildren. It has all been demolished, devastated. And surprisingly to Poland, and I guess most of the countries of the region, this has come from the West. We didn't expect it. The Western civilization, so to speak, has created a human being without their own ideas. Well, it has been present in literature as well. A human without properties, without features, without qualities. In the 70s, nobody in Poland would believe that. But these are the foundations, the sources, which nowadays bring fruit, such as believing that we cannot leave the European Union. How could we? Why? Because we can travel across the borders and the Union gives us money. That's what people say. That's how they understand it. But we should say something different. We should have a positive program showing that on the basis of the values that we need as absolutely basic, fundamental, we can change what is not appropriate. The question is how to do it, of course. Because the elites, which, well, we have some sort of elites, the beginning of them at least, in our countries, they are aware how to broaden this circle of... there's been a very good comment on mass education. Mass education has brought about a very devastating effect of this final effect, because we forgot what is university teaching, university education, and teaching somebody a profession to earn for a living. These two things are absolutely different. Of course, it is partly an obligation by the elites and by the state. Yes, the state bears responsibility from the policy of education. The proper education, broadly understood term, the state, because it is the state that decides who thinks about it today. And even in the 90s, you could still read in certain newspapers, and not just specialized ones, that we need to offer proper education for young people so that they can find a good job in 10, 20, 30 years. Of course, including mobility. But we cannot say that we pass Matura with the final exam with 30% because everybody is supposed to have higher education degree and a PhD perhaps. Because if we have a look at what is represented by these educational institutions, all these universities, on the PhD level, well, the elite, how big a percentage will it have? How high? I don't want to blame anyone, but this is a really important question. Please have a look. And without that sort of change, without showing to standard people really basic stuff, we cannot convince anyone that this easy life should be replaced with certain obligations, responsibilities. Nothing's going to change, and we're not going to build any new system. We're not going to modify the current one according to our beliefs, what is right and what is wrong, and we will not go through this civilizational crisis if we fail to convince people that what we receive is damaging us, is destroying us. What was said in the 80s comes true. So many of these Catholic circles, Catholic intelligentsia circles, said they could see what will happen when Poland regains independence. What are we going to do with our freedom? So I think we should work at grassroots level. So I wrote to myself that collaboration requires a grassroots work. If we want to build a proper country, we must be ready to work at the basis. And we need an alternative in education, in schooling, at every level. Alternative, as our Italian friend has said, in the media. There is work for decades. Well, let's hope we manage to do all this work before it's too late. So that we can preserve this Christian heritage, Roman heritage, in all the areas, in all the spheres where they have been so fundamental, bringing us here, where we are today, I believe. Well, in my opinion, this is the only way for us to go. In the constitutional theory, this has been first shown by Hungary. We can discuss, certain aspects of this constitution, absolutely, but it is a constitution truly based on their identity, not one universal level that's being model that's being exported to other countries. I believe we do have a certain possibility of referring to unfinished, just started third way. And I'm now speaking of the Piłsudski circles in the 30s in Poland. I know it's extremely unpopular in Poland because we mostly speak of the March Constitution. We reject the April Constitution in our Polish constitutional history. However, the thought behind that constitution was supposed to be an alternative for the liberal model and for the totalitarian model, Soviet model. These were the two extremes which that constitution wanted to avoid and to be prepared to fight against. We could read it also already in the beginning of the 20th century. But it is not said, no, it's said between the lines. So we have a certain heritage that is important, searching for the solutions. We would have our own historical constitution. Well, there has been hardly any tradition because this condition only was in place for less than 4 years before the Second World War. There is no second tome concerning that system because the first was published in 1939. But today, this is the Hungarian constitutionalism that should be an inspiration. Very interesting, presenting that perspective. And also, we should remember, even though this is not an institutional analysis of the Hungarian political system, but the constitutional identity, a book translated for the conference, excuse me for a self-advertisement, in Katowice a few years ago, and the book was dedicated, was written by a Minister of Foreign Affairs, excuse me if I'm wrong, of Hungary, presenting exactly how the Hungarian constitutionalism had developed from the beginning of this country to the modern times. So I believe there is a lot to refer to, we should refer to, and we should do it. We should start right now, without wasting time, because we have the basis. There are people interested. There are universities. So, what's left? Do the work, just do it. So if we are able, if we really want to do it, and we'll be able to find young people interested about it, which I believe, well, we got everything we need. We're bound to be successful. This goal is real, but we need to believe very strongly that it's worth it. There are no lost opportunities. There is still time. It's an enclave, these few countries, I believe. Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much, Professor. It was very interesting what you had to say, a lot of subjects you have tackled. I would like to add only that this work, these grassroots movements, work at the foundations you have mentioned is indeed work for many decades, and we have to realize that it is not something which will be done instantly, but we have to be patient. And let's hope it yields results. Thank you.
And Dora, now a second question for you. Relating a little bit to the question asked previously to Francesco concerning the perceived inferiority of our region. I dare say this view is, first of all, held by our own youth. We have proven in the recent years that these trends can be broken, that we have a great potential for development, both in economic and academic terms. For instance, I have recently learned that Poland is one of the top countries in research of quantum physics. But it seems that this potential is being noticed more and more commonly by everybody but the young people. They head out west as eagerly as if they were traveling to the promised land. And this certainly is the case for Poland, and I believe this problem is also common for the countries, other countries of our region. Correct me here if I'm wrong. My question is, what can we do and what should we do about that?
So thank you, Gabriela. I think this is a great question. And yes, brain drain is certainly a huge issue in our region. But I think that basically no wonder that this is the case. and if I can offer my personal experience, was that I was born in 1993, and my parents, when they were at school, they had 0 opportunities. The only thing that they could do is basically learn Russian, and that was the only thing that they could do in terms of international exposure and so on and so forth. And then in the school or at school, what we were told is that, okay, we are given freedom that we didn't really fight for because like our parents fought for that, and then we should use all opportunities. We didn't really know what are these opportunities. We weren't really told how to use them. We were just told that, okay, you have this huge responsibility, go and like do something with this. And I think that it is a problem. Obviously, it would be amazing if all our countries could offer equal opportunities, you know, compared to the best countries and the opportunities in other parts of the world. But I think that our youth also needs to want to stay. They have to feel that they have a responsibility and they have a duty in all of this, what is happening in Central Europe. And I think that we haven't really paid attention or paid enough attention to this. And if I can just jump back a little bit to my previous comments, in my personal experience, when I was one of those 18-year-olds going to university, not really knowing what I want to do with, like, I knew that I wanted to do something, but I didn't really know what I actually wanted to do. And then when I entered the university the first day, there were 150 other students at the lecture hall, and even at seminars, there were 40 or 50 people. And I think I don't really have to explain that. Obviously, it's very difficult to have a very personable one-on-one discussion with the professor if there are over 100 other students in the room. And I was fortunate enough to be accepted to the organization that I work for at the moment, MCC. I was an MCC student back then. And then I went to a seminar, and there were 4 people other than me, including the professor and the teacher. And then finally, I could start having these discussions with the professors, and then they started talking about, you know, the role of our generation and what can we do for in order to build something here. I think building something and being proud of your national identity and being patriotic again in the best possible sense was not something that was taught or discussed at university. And I think this is why it's so amazing that we have all these alternative institutions or non-traditional educational institutions, because we can talk about these things. And I was born in Budapest. I am a big fan of Budapest. I think it's one of the best cities. And of course, objectively, I think Budapest is quite nice. But the reason why I feel so strongly about it, because that's where I grew up, that's where I have my friends, I have all these amazing memories. And I think that when a young person comes to you and then tells you that, okay, I really want to explore New York because New York is the best, I saw it in the movies, I think it is our responsibility to be very smart about it and then say, I shouldn't tell them that, why would you ever want to go to New York? Just like go to Budapest and then be happy about it. But I think it's very important to encourage the younger generation to then explore all the things that they want to explore, have interesting conversations, have debates with other people, and go and see the world. But then also have this sense that you have to, you have a kind of responsibility that someone is expecting you to come back, and then there is a duty that you can fulfill. And I think that the reason for that is not necessarily because this is how you can build your nation or your country. It's not only that, but it is the fact that I think that a rooted life, a life actively trying to find purpose and meaning, I think that is actually a happy life, and I think it's good for them. So the short answer is that it's no wonder that they feel this, because they can't really find their role in all of this, what is happening. And I think it is the duty of education and professors and education in a broader sense to show them that that they have a place here, and we all count on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree with you completely, and I see that the experience and the reality of Hungary is very similar to the Polish one, and we should definitely share and fight this problem together. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the next question I have is for Dr. Bartulica. And as it was already said many times today, the countries of the Intermarium region constitute a community of states in which a specific understanding of certain social, cultural, and political matters prevails in an obvious way. However, having said what makes us different from the rest of the world, from the rest of Europe and other regions, we should not forget, I think, about values we share with other regions of the world and other parts of Europe. The community of nations founded on Christian or Judeo-Christian morality, the heritage of Greek and Roman antiquity and philosophy, and belonging to the broadly understood European sphere of culture doesn't end with the intermarium states, obviously. Where would you, as an expert on philosophical, ethical, cultural and historical matters, where would you see the potential fields for understanding and cooperation also with these other regions? In your previous speech, you mentioned China, for example. That's a very interesting region which we should also take into consideration. Can other countries, such as China and also others, can they benefit anyhow from the historical experiences of our region? And what can we, as the Middle Eastern part of Europe, what can we contribute to the rest of the world in the context of culture, society, politics, and every other field you can imagine?
Yeah, that's a big question. China, first of all, is becoming more and more, I would say, openly imperialistic and assertive in its global reach, in the way it bullies other countries. So what I can hope for the Chinese is that they perhaps open to the possibility of, let's say, inviting the Holy Father to visit their country to see what would be the outcome of something like this. Because, like I said, what worries me is that many of our partners, like Canada and the United States, for example, are becoming more like China and not the other way around. As far as Europe goes, first of all, the European Union as a project today, I would say, as someone who has researched, for example, the work of the English historian Christopher Dawson. I would recommend him to all of you to Google Dawson. He was a great writer, eloquently wrote about Western culture, history. Also, he was a insightful critic of modern ideologies. He basically saw them as substitute religions in the way they function in society. But with the European Union, I would say that at one level it is something that should be supported as far as cooperation, the market, the common market. I think these are things where our countries, Croatia included, can benefit from open mobility and so on. But I get nervous when European politicians start lecturing about values and about human rights. It makes me very nervous. I see a lot of arrogance and pride when they begin basically lecturing to our countries, smaller countries, perhaps economically poor countries. And this doesn't just go for Europe. This is even more clear when we look at the policies towards Africa and developing countries. It's really obscene the way the European Union links aid money to some of these things that I find deeply offensive and immoral. So we have to look at how we can together influence this entire discussion about European identity, what it is and what it isn't. I think Europe cannot play a significant role on the world stage if it doesn't have a clear view of its own identity, and this is impossible without historical insight. We can't, you know, the European Union is not just a product of the post-Enlightenment period. It's much deeper than that. And one saw during the debate on the European Constitution that lasted several years, this resistance to any reference to Christian roots or invoking God in the Constitution. This was considered not politically correct and revealed really how deep these problems are. And I remember also the case of our Italian friend Rocco Buttiglione, a very distinguished philosopher, personal friend of John Paul II. When he was appointed as a commissioner by Italy in 2004, the European elites rejected him. They rejected him, but on the same commission there was room for former communists from the newer member states. So we have this very absurd situation that people who were on the wrong side of history, people who were actually, in a way, they were contributing and complicit in the harm and injustice done in the name of communism. They were more welcome in Brussels than someone like Buttiglione, a very, I would say, one of the leading thinkers in the West and in Europe. So this must spark for us, you know, our imagination to think about why this is as it is, and the reality of you know, political correctness in the media. I think we must lead in the end by example. That's really a major point. We can collaborate and discuss different ways how to influence the culture and so on, but in the end it will take personal examples, perhaps heroic examples, where people are willing to pay a price for speaking the truth. That's not always easy. The reality is, under communism, the majority of people conformed. They conformed. It was just a matter of survival, and there was a lot of self-censorship. People lived, in a way, a double life. They would speak to their children at home against the system, but in public and at work, they would remain quiet. And this has a deep psychological effect, I think, still today in our countries. Speaking from my own experience in Croatia, I know the average Croatian my age tends to be much more cautious in speaking their opinions to other people, because the reality is in this part of the world, speaking your mind and what you really think could get you in trouble very quickly. And we don't want this to be the case today. We want a free and prosperous Europe, but that is also comfortable with itself. When I look at the lack of empathy for persecuted Christians around the world, it's a major problem. I congratulate the Orbán government for speaking openly about what's happening around the world to Christians. Many perhaps find that politically incorrect, but I think it's absolutely necessary and a great injustice if we remain silent. So, you know, the world, like I said, what really counts is what happens below the surface in all our countries. And if reason for hope that there's people who still take these questions of morality seriously, who are willing to speak the truth even if it's costly, this will in the end bear great fruit. We don't know when that will be. Cardinal Stepinac, he's a great hero of Croatia, 20th century. He suffered greatly after World War II, died under house arrest in 1960. And in his talks and in his private diary, he was saying that it's worth fighting and bearing witness to the truth, even though your side may not win. You know, in the end, one can look at his life and say, you know, what was the purpose of that? But the fact is the Catholic Church today in Croatia has moral authority because of people like him and this heritage. It's less so because of the heroic actions of our bishops today. It's more a inherited authority because of heroes who preceded them. So this is something that I think we have to keep in mind. And in the end, the Christian view of reality, and I think history testifies to this. It confirms this, that every single person has a significant role and can make a huge difference. I know it's counterintuitive. The Marxist view is that these impersonal economic forces are determining history and so on, but that's been proven false. We had many textbooks writing about the future of Marxism and the future of communist countries. There were no textbooks written about how to go back to private property and actually what happened in our countries. There was no textbook written for governments in 1990 in this part of Europe to follow on what to do, because the intellectuals saw no possibility of this collapse. Actually, when you look at the recent history, if anything had depended on the European Union or on Western elites, we would still have the Iron Curtain. It didn't collapse because of them. It was more the work, I would say, of John Paul II, but also heroic figures in these countries who were willing to say no and to resist and to persevere. And so that's in many ways, in different circumstances, what we have to do today. We have to be countercultural. We have to inspire young people. I'm much more optimistic about this new generation in countries like Poland and Hungary and Croatia than in other places. But we have to, find like-minded people, look for allies. They're out there. They're certainly out there. Like I said, in the end, pray to God. Without God's intervention, without His help, it's difficult to endure all of this and persevere. So that's one thing we have to keep in mind. And I think that's really the lesson we should take from recent history, but from history of the last 2,000 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very interesting and deep perspective. One thought that came to my mind during your speech is that, as you described with the example of China, not adapting the Western values, but rather the other way around, China proliferating its values to the West. I was wondering whether we can, in a similar manner, also reverse that process on an European scale. So instead of the eastern part of Europe adapting the schedules of the West, we could become this block of states coruscating their ideas to the Western countries of Europe and see whether they can adapt our values in turn. We'll see if that happens. Thank you.
And the last question I will address to Francesco Giubilei. Previously, I have asked you about your thoughts on the perceived and possible future attractiveness of the Intermarium region. Now I want to ask about the directions of development. The academia is the place of passing knowledge, of building expertise, of bringing innovation. And this is the place where the future of the nation is decided. What fields do you think the academia and education should concentrate on? In what fields the countries of the Intermarium can cooperate in order to strengthen their competitiveness on the international market? And what branches of economy or what fields of study seem, from your perspective, to be least developed or even to be the weak spots of the West? I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm going to say something probably unpopular, but I mean, it's a place where we don't like politically correctness, so it's fine. And I think that what we have to do is to build an elite. We really need an elite. I mean, there is a strong difference between two concepts that in the normal debate, in the public debate, in the media, in the political debate are used as same words. One word is the concept of the elite, and the other word is the establishment. The establishment is what we have in Brussels, for example. The establishment is a group of people that is really far from the normal people that want to decide the life of the normal people who don't listen what the people say during the election, in the referendum, and in the life of every day. On the other side, we have the concept of the elite. I don't know if someone of you knows or have read the books of Vilfredo Pareto, Gaetano Mosca, and Roberto Michels. I really suggest you to read these three authors that are really, really important authors who wrote their books in the end of the 19th century. And these three authors are the so-called theorists of the elite. And they explain in a perfect way how the people need an elite. And what do we mean as an elite? We mean a group of people who studied, who knows a lot of things, who help the normal people to govern a country. And I think that one of the biggest problems of the Western Europe in the last years, and we saw directly hit in Italy, but also, for example, in Spain, they say hit, is a kind of populism. You know that the word populism is used sometimes in a wrong way, but in the same time there are some political party, and I'm talking about Podemos in Spain, and I'm talking about the Five-Star Movement in Italy, who are political party who talk about the concept of honesty. They talk about the fact that they are not corrupt, and thanks to this rhetoric, they are becoming political party who run a country. The problem is to be honest and to be not corrupt is, of course, really, really important. And of course, everyone who do politics has to be an honest person. But is not the only thing that we need. We need some honest person, but in the same time, some person who know how to govern, some person who had studies, some persons who really know what are they talking about. And so I think that what we lack in this moment, especially in Western Europe, is the conservative elite of politicians. I think there is a good and a strong conservative elite of thinkers, of writers, of journalists, and we usually go in conference all over Europe and we see that there is a good network of people. But in the same time, the role of university is to build an elite, and I think the role of Collegium Intermarium is also to find some good, some great people in your country who can become in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, the people who will run this country. And in the same time, another thing that probably is not so popular is that the university is not for everyone. I mean, the problem of for example, Western European country in this moment is that we lack a lot of workers, we lack a lot of farmers. And I prefer 100% a good workers without a degree than a person who has a degree that is a bad lawyer or is a bad, who work in a bad way. The problem, for example, in our country is that because of the European Union say, Italy, compared to France, compared to Spain, compared to Romania, compared to other countries all over Europe, you have a very low number of people with a degree. You have only the 25% of population under 35 years old who has a degree. So, because of that, you need more people with a degree. So, what happened in our country in the last few years? It happened that we decided to apply the vision of the 1968. And you know that 1968, after probably 1789, the French Revolution, destroyed all the vision of the traditional society. So we started to have a university where the level of the teaching is even low. And so we have a lot of people with a degree, but these people are not useful to work in a proper way with their degree, and in the same time we lack some other important job, and we don't know how to do in this moment, and it's a strong problem in Western Europe. So I know that here there are some students. I think that what you have to do is really to study hard. Is you have to understand that having a degree and having a job is meaning to sacrifice. And you have to understand that the easy way, the short way, is not always the right way. Sometimes it requires a lot of time, sometimes it requires a lot of sacrifice, And you have also to fight for what you really need and what you really feel. Sometimes what we feel as conservative people is that is not so popular, is not so good for everyone that is here probably to be a leftist journalist, to be a leftist thinker, to be in a leftist university can be easier. Maybe you can have more door open, maybe you can have more money, maybe you can have more opportunity all over an international network. But this is not what we feel. This is not what we trust. So we have really to fight for our ideas. And especially the young generation have to fight for their ideas. And especially you that you live in Poland, in the Central Europe, that is a part of Europe that is every day attacked by the media. In Western Europe is funny because until maybe 3 or 4 years ago, the devil was only Hungary. But now the devil is not anymore only Hungary, but is Hungary and Poland. And when sometimes I read some articles and I listen to some people, or I have some in television, some discussion with some leftist people or politicians or thinkers, and I heard what they talk about your country, about Hungary, is something that is not the reality. I mean, it's totally opposite of what is happening here. They talk a lot about the concept of the fake news. They say that the right, the conservative usually talk about the fake news. But the biggest fake news start from some people who talk about what is happening in Central Europe and is totally opposite to the reality of the situation. So that's why you have to fight for your values, and you don't have to stop in fighting that. But in the same time, I think for you it's really important in a medium long-term perspective to have some alliance in some ally in the Western Europe, because it's really important to create some alliance between the country of Western Europe and the country of Central Europe. And in this vision, I really think that our country, Italy, in a medium and a short-term perspective, probably in 2 years, we are going to vote after many years. You know that in Italy, we change a lot of government, but we never vote. And but in a few years, probably we are going to change a government, and we can have a conservative government, and we can really represent an ally for you. But in the same time, from a cultural perspective, I think that in our country there are a lot of conservative people, a lot of conservative thinkers, a lot of conservative think tank initiatives that can really represent for you a strong collaboration. So thank you very much, and what we have to do definitely, but you are doing this kind of job very well in Collegium Intermarium, is to build a network. I think that the only way to try to fight against a liberal vision, a leftist vision of the society is to have a network that is not only a national network, but that is an international network. Because if we stay together, if we help each other together, if we in every country talk about the same issue, talk about the same values, and underline that the values in what we believe are the values not only of the past, because a conservative is not a reactionary. We know the importance of the past, but in the same time, we know the importance of the present, and we look to the future. And so we know that our values, our ideas, are the ideas of the future, and we have to fight for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these very important remarks. And let us hope that the establishment of the Collegium Intermarium will be such a spark for building and creating elites you mentioned, and that it will give us, to use a popular movie title, a new hope. Thank you again.
Okay, so it falls upon me to conclude this panel now. During the last 1 hour or so, we have discussed numerous things ranging from education, culture, tradition and society, through law to politics, both domestic and foreign politics. Needless to say, the subjects which we have discussed today are far from exhausted, and we could as well sit here for another hour and discuss these matters, but as a proverb says, all good things must come to an end. So let the conclusions we have reached today serve as a cornerstone for further discussion and debate which shall continue in an institutionalized form within the framework of Collegium Intermarium. The task of defining how the future cooperation of the states of our region should unfold, the shape it should take, and the question how its potential can be fully harnessed is surely not an easy one, but I do believe, and after this panel and the entire intellectual feast which the entire ceremony doubtlessly was, I am full of hope that together, through free and unrestricted debate and other virtues of classically understood education, together we will be able to reach the correct conclusions. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank each of you once again, each of the panelists, our hosts. We are now concluding our conference.
Będziemy już dochodzić do ostatniej części naszej konferencji. Bardzo teraz proszę Państwa
I would like all of you to stand up.
Proszę o wyprowadzenie sztandaru. Bardzo dziękuję. Można usiąść.
Thank you very much. You can sit down now. I would like to thank everybody once again. I would like to thank our speakers, our panelists, our hosts for great speeches, inspiring discussions. I would like to thank all of the guests who have been here present in person or joining us online. I do hope that the inaugurated academic year will be the beginning of a new adventure for our students, whose goal is the pursuit of the truth and being faithful to it. I would also like our university to become a part of something greater, an academic movement that will be able to cross the borders of countries and be a part of a project to bring the academic debate to its proper shape, to bring again the openness of debate. And I believe that today's meeting, the meetings that we're planning to have in the following months, will be a great opportunity to strengthen our bonds between universities, between institutions and organizations thinking in a similar way. Now we're starting the informal part of our conference. We would like to invite all of you to stay with us for a longer time. Thank you very much once again and have a very nice evening.